Bam, 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 bam. Não tenho planos. Fuck. What is up, filhos da puta Alert Nation? Está tudo bem convosco? Olha, agora tenho uma aba para a música, que é para baixar a quantidade de tabs que vocês conseguem ver. Não é para baixar a quantidade de tabs que há. É só para esconder, mais nada. Olá, Cypher, tudo bem? Olá, Toga, olá, Shiro. Sejam bem-vindos a mais um episódio de nada. Não se faz um caralho. Espera, agora não pode ser. Da próxima. Wait, hold on, what? O que é que foi? Ia ser uma coisa muito... Qual é a palavra? Polarizante. Não era a palavra que eu queria, mas é politicamente incorreta. É isso que ia acontecer. Eu ia ver este vídeo sobre o Armored Core. Porque, como vocês sabem, eu sou um long time Souls fan. E então gostaria de saber o que é que este gajo que gosta muito de Souls Games, este canal deste gajo, o que é que ele acha do Armored Core? Um bocado sim. É na boa, mete para aí, meu. Bota para a frente, maninho. Bora ser cabrões e odiar mulheres e cenas. Let's go. Não vamos odiar mulheres. Eu gosto muito de mulheres e de homens também. Gosto dos dois. O que está no meio já não gosto muito. Estou a mentir, também gosto do que está no meio. Fogo também. Oh, caramba! Isto é inclusivo. Até nazis podem entrar aqui. Não, não podem. Não podem. Armored Car. Falar em nazis. Tenho saudades do Fajardas. Esse gajo, pá. Esse gajo era especial.
2 weeks ago, I flew out to California to take part in an Armored Core
Não tens
6
saudades do
preview event
Fajardas?
where I got to play and record the entire first section of the game, Chapter 1, on PC for about 6 hours. I also got to interview the director of the game himself, Masaru Yamamura, face to face and
Masaru Yamamura. Let's go. Armored Core. Quem é que gosta de mechs? Eu sinto que toda a gente gosta de mechs, mas ninguém consome mídia com mechs. A não ser Evangelion quando tinha um pai 5 anos.
ask him whatever I wanted. If you somehow missed it, Armored Core 6 is From Software's latest game and it's coming out in 1 month. If you're even a little curious about this game, I highly suggest watching this entire video. But first, here's some context about who I am and how I'm approaching this. I consider myself a pretty big FromSoft fan. Ever since Demon's Souls in 2009, I've been hooked on all their Soulsborne games. I love their approach to game design, and I love the worlds they create within their games. If I had to pick one game developer as my all-time favorite, it would be FromSoft.
Damn, this is
However,
interesting to
prior
me.
to this event, I'd never actually played
É um gajo que, como ele próprio está a dizer, adora From Software e agora... Ele já deve ter checado... já jogou Armored Core de novo. Que honestamente ninguém sabia o que era até eles dizerem vai ser um Armored Core e o pessoal, sempre fui fã, desde que nasci. Desde que nasci que sou fã do Armored Core.
played an Armored Core game. I considered fixing this before
É que é,
playing
camaralho,
the
estás
first
bom?
one, but I decided not to for 2 reasons. One, I didn't want to risk getting burnt out on the series right before the new one came out, and two,
Não, camarão, é suposto dizeres que sempre foste fã. Estavas na barriga da tua mãe já a jogar o Armored Core da PlayStation.
I wanted to offer a more relatable perspective to
Não estás a
everyone who
perceber
might
o
watch this
jogo.
video. What I mean by that is I'm willing to bet the vast majority of you are fans of Elden Ring and or the other Soulsborne games FromSoft has made over the past 15 years. But like me, you probably haven't touched Armored Core. This is due to the simple fact of Armored Core being a far more niche series when compared to the record-breaking success of stuff like Dark Souls and Elden Ring. So my goal here is to provide a complete overview of the game and share my thoughts from the perspective of someone who's a FromSoft
Zone of Enders. Eu lembro de jogar isso como puto.
fan, but
Eu
not
esse joguei. Armored Core não joguei, mas Zone of Enders joguei.
an AC fan. to
Era o
help you
Zoe.
figure out if you want to try the game. I know Armored Core 6 can look intimidating and overwhelming at a glance, so I want to walk you through it and show you that it's not as unapproachable as you might think.
It's a woman's
If you want my
name.
quick review,
Zoe.
I think this game is awesome. I was a bit hesitant at the start, but by the time I beat the final boss of Chapter 1, I was completely won over. AC6 is consistently this gorgeous spectacle of machine versus machine.
É bem bonito.
Combat is
O
fast, fluid,
jogo de facto é bastante bonito, não acham? Também, ok, vocês estão a ver a 720. Eu também, não é? Estamos todos a ver a 720.
and surprisingly complex as you get into fights
Versus
and
the
pilot in a
five?
mech you can fully customize. While it's not quite like anything I've played before, it still has those unforgettable signature
não podia ser
FromSoft
agora,
boss
tinha que
fights
ser no
that
outro
had me
dia.
jumping out of my seat when I finally got them. This is a fun and rewarding game, and while it's no doubt
Mano,
not
ainda
gonna
tenho
reach
isso
the
aí.
mainstream appeal
Damn.
of something like Elden Ring, I think there's something incredibly special and fresh here that I hope people don't ignore. So let's get started with a basic overview. Armored Core 6 is a mech game where you customize and pilot a mech from a third-person perspective. This game revolves
Eu percebo, Toga, eu não sei. Não me lembro quando saiu um jogo de mechas na Switch e eu lembro-me de olhar para o jogo e pensar que pena. Tipo, eu olhei para o jogo e pensei que pena que isto é mechas, mas ninguém vai comprar isto. Inclusive eu. E depois ninguém comprou. E o jogo foi flopou. Mas estás a ver o trailer e já estás com pena. Tipo, daqui a um ano quando sair vai vender uma cópia.
around going on
Já
missions,
esqueci do nome do
earning money from
jogo.
said missions, and then using that money to purchase parts for your
Mas
mech.
depois acho que o jogo não tinha muita substância de qualquer das maneiras, não é?
These missions are relatively short, and your objectives are
Streamer
usually to
enganar.
destroy other mechs, blow up a marked target, and or defeat.
Verdadeiro streamer de sucesso engana toda a gente, certo? Acho eu, não sei. Qual é o. Como é que se faz para ser streamer de sucesso? Camarão? Tu é que sabes. Steambot Chronicles! I know. Steambot Chronicles! Steambot Chronicles!
Beat a boss. The levels feel big, but you're not here to explore. You get in and you get out. Between missions, you can customize your mech with a variety of parts, and in doing so, you can potentially change the entire build and feel of your mech. And as you do all of this, a story unfolds in the background as different corporations and individuals hire you to complete missions for them
Só os verdadeiros da PlayStation 2 vão saber o que é.
on the surface of the planet Rubicon 3. Now, what are the
Peraí, desculpa. Eu sou o mesmo gajo que irá saber responder a isso por ser um streamer de sucesso. Exato. Então, como é que eu devo agir? Como é que se faz? Só alguém está interessado. Já está. Estão a ver? Ninguém está a comentar o Armored Core. Eu acho que há qualquer tipo de alergia que as pessoas têm a mechas. Nem que isso fosse uma masterpiece, o melhor jogo do mundo. Ninguém vai comprar isto porque tem mechas.
controls and how's the game feel to play?
Não sabe o que é o
reference, I
Katamari?
played it on an Xbox controller,
Damn.
so I'll be referring to that when explaining inputs.
Eu acho que provavelmente é brutal,
and
meu.
with no other input, you'll just walk around. But if you tap B, you'll engage boost
Close
movement where you get to slide around on jets. This is the
Whoa.
state you'll be in for 99.9% of the game because it doesn't cost any energy, and this is a game where you
Olha.
kind of want to be moving constantly to evade attacks. Next, you can press A
Hold on, se não gasta energia, porquê que eu ia ter I don't know, carregar no botão? Alguma vez eu preciso de micro movement? Provavelmente não.
to jump
I
and
don't
hold A
know.
to ascend. Ascending costs energy, which is displayed at the bottom middle of the
Okay.
screen. When you're grounded, your energy will replenish rapidly. It's functionally just a stamina bar. However, you gotta be mindful about completely depleting it because you won't be able to use any actions that require it until it fully refills. There's a few other
Hey.
actions that require energy, so let's cover those.
Tem
now
um
too.
cooldown.
First is the quick boost, which is activated by pressing the X button. As the name implies, this provides a quick boost. in any
É tipo
direction.
dodge.
If you want to be Dark Souls brained about it, you can kind of think of it like a dodge roll, since it's usually
Yeah.
used for evading attacks.
Este é o
It can
dodge
also be
roll.
used to simply help you maneuver around and get a better angle on the
Para ser um
enemy.
streamer de
On
sucesso
the
tem que
top of
ser
the
grande
dodge roll,
neca.
remember this is Armored Core, not Dark Souls, and there are no iframes. Quick boost would often
No iframes. Também, a verdade é que o gajo não rebolou, não é? Se não rebola, não tem iframes.
me avoid big damage, but I'd still
Eu sei que isso não é uma regra. É só para vos chatear.
sometimes take some damage since attacks can come in the form of things like a barrage of missiles.
Hey, that's
Some of
pretty
them will
cool.
slip through. Also worth noting is that quick boost can be activated mid-air too. The other action that requires energy is an assault boost. This is activated by pressing down on the left stick.
Tens de jogar
It ejects you
Katamari?
forward
Olha.
at very high speed.
Joguei o Katamari da PlayStation 5. Sorry, vamos
It's
continuar.
introduced as a means of traversal, but its primary use is during combat to be aggressive and close large gaps. Additionally, while assault boosting, you can press left or right to do a boost that propels you to the side, and this can be useful in avoiding attacks as you close in.
Se estiveres a utilizar o capa corretamente, significa que não gostas de mechas.
Now for the big ones, targeting and shooting. You have
Os
an aim
Fez metia muita impressão porque ele usava como se fosse um ponto final. Fazia muita aflição, mas não gostava nada.
aiming reticle in the center of the screen, but by default it will automatically target whatever the closest target to the center is, assuming it's within range. In this way,
queres
the
usar um
reticle
ponto
will
final,
often
usa um
move
ponto
around the
final.
screen, following the enemy while you freely move the camera with the right stick. It's sort of a soft lock-on since you'll need to keep aiming the camera to maintain your reticle on the target. The other form of targeting is referred to as target assist.
Gostas dos Power
In this
Rangers?
mode,
Nunca
you
joguei.
automatically orient your camera
Havia um fighting game que estava broken, mas que parecia fun, não é? Dos Power Rangers. I don't know.
mech toward the current target.
Estava cheio de
Think of this
infinitos,
as
mas
being
eu acho que eles
similar
depois
to a more
resolveram.
traditional hard lock-on like you might see in games like Dark Souls.
Olá, Oliveira, muito boas noites, tudo bem?
The trade-off here is that while you can't aim as freely between
Power
targets,
Rangers.
you can devote more attention to maneuvering and evading. It's ultimately a preference though. For me, normal targeting seemed like a good call when dealing with multiple enemies, but target assist was almost always useful during one-on-one encounters. Additionally,
que é
there's
target
first and
assist?
second
Não estava
stage
atento.
lock-on to keep in mind. During first stage lock-on, the center
Havia, acho que ainda há. Não deve ter. Qual é a palavra? Player base. Provavelmente não tem, não é?
of the aiming reticle will be white, and this happens when you're far away from your target. As you get closer though, second stage lock-on engages. The center of the reticle turns red and predicts the enemy's movement,
Já não
allowing
sei
you
há
to
quanto tempo
land your
saiu.
shots. This is the stage you're going to want to be in pretty much all the time during combat. But yeah, once you're locked on, you just press the shoot button and your bullets or missiles will fly toward the target. You can have up to 4 weapons equipped at a time. 2 hand
Eu
weapons
conheço uma pessoa que vai comprar isto. Só uma.
and 2 shoulder weapons. The
Não
hand
vai haver
weapons
mais
are
ninguém.
activated by pressing right trigger or left trigger for the right and left hand respectively. Depending on the weapon, you may
Por acaso é a mesma pessoa que a mesma única pessoa que comprou o tal outro jogo de mechas.
be able to fire from both hands at the same
That's
time.
pretty sad.
However, with the starting loadout, your right hand is an automatic rifle and your left hand is a close-range energy sword, and these have to be used separately. The other weapons you get are shoulder weapons. These are activated by pressing the right bumper
Mas
or
este jogo
left
parece
bumper for the
mesmo
right and
muito
left
bonito.
shoulder, respectively, and these usually take the form of something like lock-on missiles. The important thing to remember is that you can and should be firing from your hand weapons and shoulder weapons at the
É
same
isso, Battle
time.
for the
So
Grid
make
é o
sure your
nome, é?
index and middle fingers on the controller pressing both triggers and bumpers
É
simultaneously.
mesmo nequinha, necolas, pá. Olha, estás a ver? É isto que distingue um streamer de qualidade. É quando vens aqui e aprendes logo uma coisa nova. Pois é, pois é. Oh.
Fights are typically a constant barrage of bullets and missiles with short breaks between firing as you automatically reload. On the topic of shoulder weapons, multi-lock is a thing. By default, your starting missile launcher sends 4 homing missiles at a target, but if you hold the right bumper and then move the reticle over multiple targets, the missiles will split and hit everything you've targeted at the same time.
Oh.
This is a very useful option to remember when dealing with groups of enemies. Lastly, we have 2 more things for basic
Jesus, estás a ver o
controls.
complexo que
Pressing
este
down
jogo
on the
é?
D-pad scans the environment and marks nearby enemies, including enemies
That's
hidden
cool,
behind
though.
walls. And pressing up on the D-pad activates one of your 3 repair kits. These heal you a bit and are applied instantly, so there's no need to find an opening. That about covers it for basics. The 2 central pillars of this game are combat and customization. Since we know how to control a mech now, let's get into the combat more. In its simplest form, you lock onto a target, you fire your bullets and missiles, and then the enemy blows up once its AP, or armor points, has depleted. These same rules apply to you, with your AP being displayed in the bottom left of the screen. In addition to
Bottom
AP,
left.
the other thing you need to keep an eye on is the stagger
Vocês
meter.
não podem ver.
This is displayed as a yellow bar above the enemy's head, and it fills up as you land hits on them. When it gets full,
Curtes streamers mais necas? Realmente é popular. Quando o streamer é mais neca que o chatter, o pessoal gosta. Just saying.
the enemy enters a staggered state for a few seconds where they can't move and they take extra damage from attacks.
Ninguém sabe, Oliveira, porque ninguém vai comprar.
The
That's
damage
the point.
multiplier varies from weapon to weapon, but I want to say most of what I used doubled or slightly more than doubled the damage dealt.
No máximo dos máximos, o Wolf vai piratear, mas ele não vai comprar.
So when filling up the stagger bar,
Essa é a única pessoa que vai jogar o jogo.
Reset when they don't take damage.
Só pirateado.
However, a portion of that meter will remain as accumulated strain, and different weapons cause different amounts of this. Big, explosive weapons are generally better at inflicting accumulated strain than others. For those of you who have played Sekiro, I'm sure this all looks and sounds somewhat familiar, but it's worth pointing out that this plays very differently. For example, in boss fights, you'll likely be filling that stagger meter multiple times over the course of the fight, and it's still up to you to capitalize on those staggers properly with weapons that do big damage. There's nothing worse than staggering a boss but being unable to do much as your weapons are reloading. Also important to note is that this all applies to your mech as well. If you take too many
That's
hits,
cool.
you can find yourself in a staggered state and unable to move. So keep an eye on your stagger meter at the bottom of the screen.
Ele já disse que gosta muito de jogos de piratas. Se calhar é por causa disso.
This stagger mechanic is central to the entire game, especially for larger enemies and bosses. It's this constant dance of avoiding attacks while keeping up the pressure to build up stagger. But winning fights doesn't begin on the battlefield. It actually starts in the garage with the weapons you choose to equip. Every weapon has an attack power and an impact value. Attack power is how much AP damage the weapon does, and the impact value is how much stagger damage the weapon inflicts. With most weapons, there's a trade-off between focusing on attack power or impact, and it's usually a good idea to have some specializing in both so you can stagger an
This
enemy
looks pretty
and
cool.
capitalize on it properly. On the topic of impact, some weapons allow you to fire them while assault boosting.
Este é o nosso jogo
During
preferido
assault
que não
boost,
vamos,
you'll deal
não vamos
extra impact
comprar.
damage to
Vai ser
enemies
fixe.
and receive reduced impact
ser
damage
hype.
for yourself. This bonus also applies to melee weapons, so it's a great option for closing the distance between you and a target. But yeah, there are assault rifles, shotguns, missile launchers, grenade launchers, plasma cannons, energy swords, and a bunch more. They all feel different and seem useful under different circumstances, so there's a lot of fun options here. Special attention should be given to the energy sword since I was a big fan of it. It's an exception to that trade-off between attack power and impact I mentioned, as it excels at both. The likely reason for this is that finding melee
O conceito de uma fucking giant energy sword é super apelativo. Isto é um jogo extremamente interessante que eu não consigo ter interesse nenhum. É exatamente essa a descrição. Mas não te dá pena? A mim dá-me pena, imediatamente. Mas este eu sei que o pessoal vai comprar. Eu digo que ninguém vai comprar, mas este jogo tem uma grande diferença para os outros. Este jogo tem FromSoft no nome. Essa é a grande diferença.
openings can be tough
Não quer dizer que o pessoal vai jogar, mas é tipo, mano, é FromSoft, mano.
risky.
Compra
The
aí.
game rightly rewards you for landing those hits. You can do 2 quick attacks or 1 charge attack before needing to wait for the sword to recharge. There are other melee weapons in the game
A diferença é que FromSoft agora quer dizer alguma coisa, na altura não queria dizer nada.
too, like the pile bunker. Now, if you're like me, you might be thinking about going for a double melee build with a sword.
Eles metem um cagalhote e
but
tu compras.
unfortunately, I believe melee weapons
Não que eles metam, eles não metem cagalhotes. Lhotes? Eles não metem cagalhotes. Mas se metessem, que o pessoal comprava.
are limited to the left hand only. You can also equip a shield on your left shoulder to block attacks. Shield output is maximized 1 to 2 seconds after deployment. Blocking during this window is referred to as an initial guard, and taking advantage of it can help minimize damage and stagger buildup. I didn't get the chance to experiment with the shield too much, but I found
É muito junk, mas não é um cagalhote.
myself pulled away from it since it meant having to sacrifice one of my 4 weapon slots for a purely defensive option. To add on to that array of combat choices, there are 2 bonus
Mano, o pessoal volta muito mais ao Dark Souls 1 do que, por exemplo, ao 2, não é?
actions you can unlock. A boost kick or
Sorry,
expansion.
guys.
A boost kick is a kick you can do at the end of an assault boost that deals extra impact damage. And core expansions are one-time use super abilities that seem to be defensive oriented, at least in terms of...
E tipo, na altura do Dark Souls foi o grande... Acho que é mais o enemy placement, não é? Eu não sei se o level... Como é que é o level... Eu só vi opiniões sobre enemy placements. Ou... fight... Como é que eu explico isto? Enemy placement é a melhor maneira, tipo... Combat design... esses comentários é que são prevalentes. Agora, level design, não sei se o pessoal se queixa. Queixam-se? Nunca ouvi dizer.
was available in Chapter 1. The core expansion I had was called Pulse Protection, and it allowed me to create a bubble shield to block attacks. You can also unlock a quick turn, fully manual aiming, several other core expansions, and more, but I sadly did not get the chance...
Parece que aderiram ao meme, não é? Que horrível. Porque a cena é, parece que o pessoal fez um jogo com os comments ao Dark Souls 1. Não é? Eles, ok, vamos fazer literalmente o que os comentários, é tipo, haha, que piada, morreste, haha, e eles, bora fazer um jogo que é um meme. Mas, não, o Dark Souls 1 foi um grande fenómeno. Porquê que estás a falar do... Caramba, Oliveira, estás perdido na história, foda-se. O Demon Souls foi o que... Parece que foi o prelúdio, não é? Não tinha assim muitos fãs, era uma espécie de jogo assim mais escuro, de culto. Não sei ao certo como é que foi a história, mas a explosão acho que foi com o Dark Souls 1. Por mais junk que fosse.
The combat. The biggest thing that I think new players might forget is that your mech can go up. In other action games, like Elden Ring for example, you're limited to moving forward, back, left, and right during fights. But in Armored Core...
Man, devias ter um jetpack no Edarig. Fogo.
There's this whole extra dimension from the verticality that comes from being able to fly. This is very
Deixaste
important to
perdido.
remember since being mid-air can
Nós somos
help you
todos
do things
perdidos,
like
não é?
avoid attacks more easily or get a better angle on the enemy. As someone not used to these games, this took a bit to fully click for me.
Imagina, sais da barriga da tua mãe e começas logo. Onde é que eu estou, caralho? Foda-se. If babies could talk.
The key part in all this is energy management. Quick boosting, assault boosting, and ascending all use energy, so you really gotta keep an eye on where your energy is at to avoid getting stuck and being unable to dodge attacks.
Yeah.
As a whole, this combat system can be a lot to juggle, and I was certainly feeling that at times. But honestly, don't stress too much. The smaller enemies are especially not much of a threat. It's hard to gauge what the overall difficulty will be in the full game, since a lot of what we saw was likely intended to ease the player into things, but it was very manageable. However, the big boss fights are no joke, and the final one really pushed me. I probably failed a couple dozen times there.
Yeah.
And, like the Souls games, difficulty is even more subjective since it's highly dependent on your build. Me struggling on that boss was at least in part due to me being stubborn with my loadout, and there's a good chance you can make encounters far easier on yourself with specific...
Estamos todos, né? Foi o último Mac game que jogamos.
If you're like me, you may be having some similar...
Era para em 1996, não é? Estávamos lá.
thoughts. And those thoughts are, this reminds me a lot of some other games that have boss fights with big telegraphed attacks and flaming swords. Now, I've been sitting on the sidelines seeing people get into heated debates over the term Souls-like, and asking questions like, is AC6 a Souls-like? And against my better judgment, I'm gonna weigh in. Basically, it's pretty simple. No, Armored Core 6 is not a Souls-like. It's Armored Core 1000%. However, I think it's impossible to look at fights like this and not see the influence...
Eu não sei o que é uma gualva. Eu achava que era aquela coisa onde os velhotes fazem xixi. Por isso não sei o que é.
that the past decade of game development had on FromSoft when developing AC6, and I wouldn't fault anyone for saying this game has a couple of Souls-like or Souls-adjacent elements while not literally being a Souls-like. In fact, the
O que é
director
que eu estou a
himself
pensar?
went into this topic of influence from past games during our interview, so
Terra ao lado do cacém. Let's go! Onde é que está o Aleph?
make sure you don't skip that part of the video.
Pede umas agualvas a... Não. Não. Não é nada penico. Penico é para as crianças, não é para os velhotes.
Later on. Anyway, let's leave it at that for now. With combat out of the way, the second major pillar of Armored Core to discuss is mech customization. First, you buy parts at the part
Mech
shop, and then you assemble by selecting assembly. Both are accessed between missions. I'm going to preface this by saying that this is where the game can seem especially intimidating as a newcomer, but I promise you it's not as bad as you
Vamos oferecer este jogo à Shir para ela jogar nas streams dela. Estás aí, Shir?
think. Don't let this screen of numbers scare you off. I'll walk you through it. Basically, your mech
Imagina
consists
tipo
of 11
esta complexidade toda. Let's fucking go.
different parts, and you can mix and match them however you want. The first 4 are easy. They're just your 4 weapon slots. 2 hand weapons and 2 shoulder weapons. The next 4 form the body of your mech. Head, core, arms, and legs. These 4 determine the total AP or durability of your mech. Next is the generator, which provides power to your mech. Then we got the booster, which helps determine the speed and movement for quick boosts and assault boosts. And lastly, we got the FCS or fire control system.
Jesus.
This helps determine the accuracy of your mech from different distances, as well as the lock-on speed for missiles. Now, obviously all of these parts are more complex with various meters and numbers on screen, but there's really just 2 things you have to keep in mind: your weight load and your energy load. Each part you equip has a physical weight that increases your weight load, as well as an energy cost that increases your energy load. As long as you can keep both your total weight and energy below their limits, you're good to go. But Pine, what determines your total weight and energy limits? Good question. Your total weight limit is determined by the legs you choose, and your energy limit is determined by the generator you choose. That's it. Just select one of each and build the rest of the mech from there. Now, if we're talking bare minimum, that's enough to at least build a functioning mech. But there's a few more important details to consider when it comes to choosing parts. First is the legs. Not only do they determine how much weight you can carry, but they also wildly change how your mech moves around and controls. There are 4 different archetypes, and I'll list them in order from lowest to highest weight limits: reverse joint, bipedal, tetrapod, and tank. Bipedal legs can be thought of
Chega segundo emprego, meu. Let's go.
as the default with no specialty. Reverse joint legs let you move faster and jump high at no energy cost. Tetrapod legs let you hover at a low energy cost by tapping A in midair.
Vocês estão
and
com o
tank
Excel
legs let you
aberto?
drift around with a more ground-focused approach. The main trade-off between all of these is speed versus weight limit, and my favorite was the tetrapod legs since it gave me a high weight limit while still letting me remain relatively mobile. On top of that, the tetrapod legs let you hover in midair and shoot large guns and grenade launchers without needing to slow down like you do with the smaller legs. The takeaway here is that legs are the single most important part of the whole mech in defining your build. Next, generator. Why not just equip the generator that gives you the highest energy limit? Well, similar to legs, the trade-off is speed, but speed in this case refers to how fast your energy bar recovers during combat. So big generators with a high limit means slower recovery. I mentioned it earlier, but the other big thing to pay attention to is the attack power and impact value of the weapons you choose. They're both useful, and it's ultimately up to you to choose what to focus on. The rhythm of the fight will depend largely on your weapons. Gliding around with machine guns feels a lot different than firing a rocket launcher. Who knew? There are more details like your arms determining how heavy your hand weapons can be, or your head determining the range of your scans, but that covers the basics for most of what I engage with during my limited playtime. One more key thing to mention is that parts can be expensive. I only had enough money
Pergunto-me quanto tempo é que ele teve com o jogo. Ele disse limited.
to purchase a handful of different parts at any given moment. Luckily, you're always free to sell back parts for a 100% refund, and you're also free to replay missions to keep earning money. So don't hold
Mano,
back on experimenting with builds, and don't worry about running out of cash.
100% refund é muito raro. Porquê que os jogos nunca estão a 100% refund nas coisas? That sucks.
Overall, while I didn't have the chance to experiment nearly as much as I wanted
That's
to,
just a
you
trope.
can easily see the potential in creating distinct builds suited for different encounters. This gets to the heart of what Armored Core is about: customizing your mech and trying different loadouts
Se calhar não, Oliveira. Pedreira, what the fuck? A parte das bifanas se calhar já me agrada, hein?
for different missions. Like I mentioned earlier, I really struggled the first time with the final boss of
Bifaninha.
Chapter 1. But then I replayed the mission after switching to something different and beat it on my first try. If you're curious, I decided to go with a grenade launcher in one hand and a plasma rifle in the other. My logic was that I'd quickly stagger him with the grenade
só tenho
launcher and
6%
follow up with
bateria.
the high damage of the plasma rifle. It worked like a charm. Your build matters a lot here.
Pior que a tua
Unlike
Nina.
a game like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, where you usually
Não quer ver jogos na pedreira? Foda-se. Acho que ninguém quer, meu. Espera aí, estou a jogar Cookie Clicker. Só com comida vais lá. Ei, mas tipo, imagina. ficar 5 minutos a comer uma bifana, não sei se compensa ir para um campo de futebol merdoso durante 2 horas.
Usually commit to one thing for a whole playthrough, here you're encouraged to change it up whenever you want. As a fun bonus, one of the cool new features they added is online build sharing, where other people can upload their builds and then you can download them to try for yourself. So for example, imagine you're stuck on a boss. It sounds like you can see what other people use and try their loadout with the press of a button. I'm assuming you need to own the parts already or have enough money though.
Yo,
But
olha
yeah,
o mecha
the
andar,
bottom
que
line
giro.
is that while customizing has the potential to go very in depth, as long as you keep the essentials in mind, you'll probably
Só um problema, a animação é muito gira, mas como vais estar sempre a carregar no B para, com o boost, nunca vais ver, ou muito raramente vais ver a animação das pernas a andar.
be fine, especially if you experiment with other people's builds. Don't let this part of the game intimidate you. Instead, focus on how rad it is that you can strap double grenade launchers to your mech and just go for it. I don't think many games let you do that. Now, let's talk missions. Chapter 1 consisted of 11 story missions, and in between those were 7 training
Mas tem que ir ao Porto e a Braga. E então?
and 3 arena missions. I want to give you a more clear idea of
Que é
what
que vens
to
cá
actually
fazer?
expect from them. Missions vary in length from something as short as 2 minutes to something longer like 10 plus minutes if it has a boss. Keep in mind that when I say a mission is 10 minutes long, I'm assuming 0 deaths, but that is very unlikely to happen on your first try for these tougher ones. I believe I clocked in close to 45 minutes on the final mission for my first time through. One thing that might not be obvious at a glance is that these missions are straightforward and linear. There's not really any exploration to be had. You have an objective.
A sério? Como é que. Como é que são essas. Quero eu e o meu chefe querem se reunir com clientes? That's weird. Mas o que é que significa isso? Vão todos para um bar com strippers apanhar a puta?
Do it, then you leave. That's not a bad thing by any means, and it's well suited for the type of game AC6 is trying to be. But I want to make sure
tu e
people
o teu
don't get the
chefe.
wrong impression when they see some of these large environments. That's not to say that some of these levels aren't impressively large in the scale they present you with, but yeah, just remember this is a game about going on short missions to complete a singular objective. Also,
A ideia que eu
longer missions
tenho,
have
quando as
checkpoints
pessoas,
to-
quando as pessoas dizem vou reunir com clientes, a ideia que eu tenho é tipo confraternizar, falar mal das strippers juntos, tipo, continuem a fazer negócios connosco, tava lá, money, 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 money. Uou. Se não, se não for para isso, também pode-se fazer uma chamada, não é?
throughout them, so don't stress out about failing. I never felt like I had to repeat content just to get to the part I was stuck on whenever I died. Dying on a boss puts you right back at the start of the fight. When you do finally complete a mission, you're shown how much money you've earned after accounting for deductions in repairs and ammunition. There's something
Chama.
especially funny about the idea of getting a rocket launcher to fire, but knowing it'll cost you $1,000 each time you pull the trigger. The training missions are in the simulation zone, and they're used to introduce combat mechanics and the different types of legs you can
Eu gosto
put
desse
in
tipo
your
de
mech.
coisas.
Arena missions are short one-on-one.
Eu não me importo com o jogo seja difícil, apesar de eu não ser pro, mas ao mesmo tempo aprecio muito ter tipo, uma areazinha a dizer: olha, este é o Perry, não sei o quê. Tipo o Sekiro, não, como é que se chama o jogo? O, o Sifu tinha isso e gostei muito. Tipo, agradeci.
One fights against custom mechs. It seems like there's 29 in total for the game, and you unlock them as you progress. I only got to do the first 3, but they were surprisingly easy. I hope the later ones get more demanding, and I'm sure they will. Now, I want to give a brief overview of my 3 favorite story missions. Mission 7 sees us scaling this giant mining ship.
Man,
break it
looks
apart
really
piece by
cool.
piece. It begins with you approaching from the ground and being tasked with attacking its legs. After doing enough damage, it falls over and you can start climbing. More than any other mission, this one really presents the impressive sense of scale that's capable in this game.
Yeah,
And I found myself just staring at the screen, taking it in.
mesmo.
As you're
Looks
destroying the ship,
fucking
each giant
incredible.
mechanical eye shoots
Sabes o que é que
lasers
isto me faz lembrar? E vocês não vão concordar comigo. Faz-me lembrar. Muitos dos visuals aqui fazem-me lembrar alguns sítios do Nier Automata.
at you. And the mission
Não sei,
culminates with you
mas para isso vocês tinham que ter jogado o jogo todo.
fighting the eye as a mini boss before needing to evacuate to avoid the explosion of the mining ship. Just a fantastic spectacle.
Yeah, esta área faz lembrar uma área do Nier Automata. O sense of scale também é parecido. Vai jogar o Suikoden Remaster?
Next, Operation Wall Climber sees us approaching a giant wall as we're being pelted by artillery.
Sim, pode ser, sim.
Use buildings as cover as I approached the wall, and it was surprisingly tough having to deal with such an oppressive force. When I reached the wall, I made my way into the interior and met the mech pilot Rusty. Together, we teamed up to fight the boss of the zone, the Juggernaut. And what a cool fight. It fires missiles and charges at you, and it's protected by a shield up front that blocks almost all damage. So to defeat it, you gotta dash around and get behind it. The first half of the fight isn't too bad since Rusty takes aggro.
Jogaste o jogo para ver o cu, diz a verdade.
The second half is tricky since Rusty leaves and you gotta really work to find those openings. Great fight and great mission, and I'm proud to say I got it on my first try.
Confirmed. Juggernaut destroyed.
Então não sei para que é que jogaste, vou ser honesto.
Operation Wall Climber is a success.
Mission 11, Attack the Watchpoint, is the final mission of the chapter and by far the hardest. It begins with us taking out squads of enemies before being interrupted by another med pilot, Sulla.
Je duvide. Je duvide. Je duvide pas.
He's pretty aggressive and tougher than the arena missions, but I got him on my second try and continued on to reach the real boss of the area, Baltius.
I've identified an approaching enemy.
Ui. Damn. Destroyed.
This dude loves missiles, and I learned that I'm terrible at avoiding them. I really struggled here and made use of the mid-mission assembly to change my weapons, but the loadout I settled on was 2 missile launchers on my shoulders, an assault rifle in my right hand, and the energy sword in my left. My strategy revolved around trying to get in as many melee hits as I could, since it was by far the most effective thing I had at dealing stagger damage. And this guy had so much health that I needed to take every stagger break I could get. I also eventually discovered that the trick was to assault boost in when he fired his missile barrage, because there's a small opening to get hits in before the missiles locked on. In phase 2, he busts out the flaming sword and becomes even more aggressive. There's even a big flame attack that will straight up one-shot you if you don't avoid it properly by flying above it. But then, finally, after so many failed attempts, I got him. This was incredibly satisfying, and it was at this exact moment that I realized I was hooked. I finally understood. It turns out, Armored Core is fun as hell. That about covers it, but before I share my closing thoughts, there's one more big thing to share. As I mentioned at the
Before my closing thoughts, there's still 7 minutes to the fucking video.
start, I got the chance to interview the director of the game himself, Masaru Yamamura, face to face.
Masaru Yamamura?
Unbelievably surreal experience and a
Oh
huge honor.
shit!
For context on who Yamamura is, he's best known for being a gameplay designer on Bloodborne and the lead gameplay designer on Sekiro. This man himself shaped some of my favorite
Para tudo, não é?
games of all time, and now he's directing what is shaped up to be a
Scratch.
fantastic Armored Core game. Then there's me, this dumbass YouTuber he has to deal with and answer questions for. To make matters funnier, I didn't even realize I was getting the chance to
Record
speak with him until
scratch.
15 minutes before. I was under the impression I was going to talk to a PR representative from Bandai or FromSoft. So when it was clarified minutes
Bandai.
before that I was speaking to the man himself, the guy, the director, I had to quickly change up my questions to be more geared toward him. I panicked, came up with some questions I thought were good, then walked into a private conference room where Yamamura was waiting for me. I shook his hand and sat 4 feet across from him with a translator
A maneira como ele está a descrever, he was waiting for me. Tipo, ele abriu a porta, mas não era uma porta, era um... É aquela cena do Dark Souls. Tu entras e depois vem a barra do boss. Yamamura, the director.
seated between us to help facilitate the interview. Despite the circumstances, I was lucky enough to receive some really great answers from Yamamura. Here's the interview. Obviously, Armored Core is its own thing, but is there any influence from previous games that was part of the design process? And what can you point to specifically? I think of the Sekiro stagger system coming to mind. So it was our policy, as you said, to make AC6 AC. So that was the core, the assembly, doing battle with your personalized mech. That's what AC is to us. That was important to maintain. However, yes, our development over the last 10 years of titles has been important, and we wanted to incorporate elements that made sense from that knowledge. Not necessarily specific direct takings from certain games, but thinking from that accumulated experience of game dev. So for instance, the expansive 3-dimensional map design, the battle design, these boss battles, what we're going for now, we wanted that to lift up what makes AC great. When you speak of the stagger system, for instance, this is not a deliberate taking from Sekiro. It's just a design process that happened to resemble Sekiro's posture system in the end. The design of the stagger system was intended to create this ebb and flow to each encounter, where you have that final satisfaction at the conclusion at the end. But you also have these kind of waves of satisfaction throughout that sort of bring the player in close, get them to do damage, and make them go back and forth. That was the intention of the stagger system. Do you have a personal favorite playstyle or type of weapon? I'm thinking specifically in terms of like the legs, since they changed the playstyle a lot. And also if you use melee weapons versus a heavy rocket launcher, that type of thing. My favorite is probably the reverse joint legs. I like that kind of bolting action so I can get over and around enemies. We've put emphasis on the melee weapons being quite unique and quite quirky this time, each with their own unique animations and damage types. But I prefer just dual trigger Gatling guns in each hand. Just the more bullets, the better. When designing the bosses, were you trying to keep all the different playstyles in mind, or were there certain encounters that were designed like, if you try going in like this, you will almost certainly fail? So first, we do want players to engage with and enjoy the assembly aspect a lot. So there are some bosses that will cater towards a certain type of assembly over others. So what we try to do during development is create this kind of default archetype mech, or several archetypes that you can clear the whole game with. So these are kind of our base for balancing and tuning throughout the whole game. So while we do want players to engage with assembly and switch it up on the fly and constantly optimize their build for each situation, if you are just in love with a particular mech and a particular playstyle, we don't want it to feel impossible. As long as players are willing to engage with the systems and observe the enemy's attack patterns and really get into the nitty-gritty of the combat, we've tried to make that possible for them. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but what percentage of the game are we seeing here in terms of the full game? There are 5 chapters in total, so you've seen about 20% of the game's volume today for the first playthrough. For multiple playthroughs, we would like to encourage for multiple endings. About halfway through the game, you start to be met with some decisions on which corporation you're doing work for and which missions you're choosing. And this will affect decisions in the late game, which will then go on to affect endings as well. And this will carry over into decisions in New Game Plus as well, so there's some replay value there. To someone who has never played Armored Core 6 and who has never played Armored Core at all, if you could give 1 or 2 tips to a new player, what would the biggest ones be? So we designed AC6 as a mech action game, first and foremost, and wanted to make the action a very good part of that experience. So when we're talking about that, we designed these 3D spaces and we want players to make full use of their maximum ability within those spaces. So people who maybe haven't played AC before will be used to working in a 2D plane, a horizontal plane when doing battle. So we hope they make use of the vertical plane as well, and really make use of the thrusters and that verticality to make the most of that battle. And the second point of advice would of course be use assembly. Go back to the garage, rethink your loadout, rethink your strategies. Once you think you've got a beat on the boss, just try going back and tinkering with a couple weapons, tinkering with your build a little bit to see if you can get that edge, and that will encourage you to try new things and maybe find new favorites among your arsenal. So assembly is a big part of the appeal that we wanted to bring to new players. On the topic of assembly, I noticed that if you die, you can change your assembly mid-mission, but you can't buy or sell stuff. So I'm sure this was considered, but I was wondering why you decided to not allow players to do that. So we didn't want to make it too convenient, in the sense that on a retry, you're able to use the parts you've accumulated so far, but if you wanted to go back to the garage to completely rethink, maybe buy some extra parts, maybe get some extra income, then that's like its own thing. We wanted to separate the two. But as you bring up, it was definitely a point of contention during development, so we did give it a lot of thought and ended up on what you see in the game today. Then I was told to wrap things up, but there was time for one more question. Feel free to ignore this because it doesn't relate to the game. I was just going to ask what your favorite game is, but not including the games you've worked on. I'm just really curious. Then here he thought for a good 20 seconds. It's a hard question. Speaking in recent terms, it's Street Fighter 6. Really? Who's your favorite character? Chun-Li. And there you have it. That was my whole interview. Again, this was a huge honor, and I want to thank Yamamura personally for giving me some of his time and providing such thoughtful and fun answers for me to share with you all. But yeah, what are my closing thoughts on AC6? If you're a huge Soulsborne fan, don't come in expecting mech souls, but try to keep an open mind knowing that you might really enjoy AC6 all the same. There's deep combat and a surprisingly satisfying gameplay loop of doing missions, earning money, and customizing your mech. And while it's absolutely not a Souls game, the boss fights have a similar vibe as you dodge around and learn telegraphed attacks one failed attempt at a time. Wrestling with the controls, figuring out how things worked, and learning tricks to enemies and bosses was very reminiscent to my first Souls game experience. AC6 is obviously completely different, but the feelings it evoked in me were all too familiar. While I haven't seen enough to form a full opinion on the game, I've seen more than enough to be excited for the full release. This will understandably not have the same sort of widespread appeal as something like Elden Ring, but for those of you who are willing to give it a shot and be patient, I think you'll be in for a fun time. Thanks for watching, and have a good one.
The higher-ups are going to remember you now, that's for sure. As will I.
Sorry, estava completamente focused nesta cena. Foi. Apesar de eu não ser um From Guy, foi super interessante para mim. Super cool para mim ver cenas sobre. I don't know. Videojuegos e o caralho. What the fuck is Project L? Isso é um novo jogo do Valkyrie?
Hi everyone, today I have some cool news. I got to play test Project L. This as like, oh, this is how the game's going to be on release. And a character Ari would.
Is that any gameplay?
A DP. So you can do wake up attacks like this in the game, and they function as DPs for every character basically. Not a fan of this mechanic in a lot of ways. you know something happened. But this, it's like it's a little more muted.
Why is
and
it
I
all
don't really
slow
like
motion?
that. I think it'd be really cool to have a little more.
Is this the actual game?
resolution or emphasis on this, because it's hard to really tell what's going on sometimes. But it's just like a kind of a get off me tool. Pretty noteworthy for that, but not a fan of it. Another thing I wasn't super fond of is actually defensive mechanics in the game. There's a lot of really good defensive mechanic. One is a retreating guard. You just give up space, you just walk back. It can be baited by block strings, so not infallible. There's a parry, toss a bar, but if you successfully parry, you get to your bar back. And there is a push guard, like that, as you can see. One thing that kind of sucks is it's very expensive. It's actually 1 bar for a push guard. You can see it sends them like pretty much full screen, so it's a strong push guard. However, I would say one thing that kind of sucks about this game and this stage is that you don't gain meter very easily, and I think because of that, it heavily encourages a sort of style or game plan of either early on you bulldoze them, because if you can kind of corner them before they get any meter, they are locked out of almost every defensive option capable to them outside of get up attack. That's really one thing that sucks. And obviously if you burst and you're locked out of that, either making meter a little faster to get,
This game sucks. The fuck is my YouTube? The fuck do I watch? Smooth jazz trumpet with mute. Mute what? What's this? I have a theory that everybody secretly likes jazz. Why secretly? I don't know what the fuck is this, but I like it. Hey man, cool. Hey kids, you heard giant steps. I didn't. I don't know, man. Applying Brazilian rhythms to metal.
Respect your
Os
beliefs.
brasileiros já não são do metal.
Respect who you are on the key.
É. Gostava de tocar numa banda assim. O YouTube vai me banir, não vai? Já, deve ser, já levei 3 bans para esta altura. Man. YouTube is weird. Não é que eu não use o YouTube durante o dia, mas durante o dia, como eu estou a trabalhar, eu não presto assim atenção ao que aparece. One hour of medieval Dr. Dre. What? Man. I don't even know. Vou jogar aquele jogo. Como é que se chama? Aquele. Só um bocadinho. Wait a minute, está aqui um vídeo que. Ah, não, caga nisso. Não, caga para os chineses. Onde é que está o meu comando? Está aqui. Mano, quero receber umas belas de umas bolachas no Cookie Clicker. Eu já devo estar a jogar Cookie Clicker. Esta run já deve ter uns anos. E ainda não tenho o que quero. Deixa eu ver. O objetivo é a conquista. Deixa eu ver aqui. Isto diz assim: Legacy started. 684 dias. Isso é tipo 2 anos, não é? Isto está com delay. Bebe lá o teu chazinho. Man, o meu boneco está velhote. Como é que se jogava isto? Tem ali um tutorial para eu me tentar lembrar. Não, isto é dar socos? Pera. Se foda, mano. Já estou quase morto, mas vamos para a torre. Torre. Fogo, já está tarde. Isto são prédios? Yo. Será que estes gajos, tipo, posso falar com eles?
Welcome, sir.
Welcome.
She's waiting for you.
She's waiting for me? Outra coisa que eu reparei é que este jogo tem, parece que tem shortcuts. ATM machine. Pois, é o tal shortcut. Os gajos querem andar à porrada?
Gonna enjoy this.
Peço desculpa.
Don't be shy. Come closer, so I can get a better look at you.
What the fuck? Am I the Hulk? No, I'm not. I'm not the Hulk, guys. Sorry.
Look at your face. Not even a scar. Your family is certainly full of mysteries. I'm certain Yang would be thrilled to see you again. Unfortunately, I don't think you'll have that opportunity.
Kill him! She disappeared?
Take him out!
Olha, dei com um pontapé na boca. Eu estou quase morto, by the way.
You must enjoy the taste of defeat.
I do enjoy the taste of defeat. It tastes like strawberries. What the fuck? Puta, 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 puta.
Put it down. Interesting. An actual warrior.
I'm 60-year-old. Son Goku.
Everyone into position. Shut down all entrances and exits.
Acho que tem que saltar daqui abaixo. What is up? É que eu preciso deste health. Fucking Gordon. Cagando a pujar-no. O que é que significa pujar-no? What? Fucking parry that shit. Round 2, continue.
Nerves get the better of you.
Man. Quem vem lá? Espero que eu tenha uma puta de uma garrafa na mão. Esta senhora tem superpoderes, é?
I see you. freaking I'm waiting for you.
No way. No fucking way.
What the? Take this. Animes. Morri.
Damn. Thought it was over.
Puta. What the fuck? Puta de estrondo, mano. Olha aí, meu. Estava a fazer o contra ao outro. Eu não sei se consigo fazer o que quer que seja. Já estou quase morto. O que é que um gajo faz quando já está quase morto? Começa de novo?
Welcome, sir. She's waiting for you.
Eu já não tenho que pegar outra vez nas coisas.
Don't be shy. Come closer, so I can get a better look at you. Look at your face. Not even a scar. Your family is certainly full of mysteries. I'm certain Yang would be thrilled to see you.
She's not looking at me.
Take him out!
Any regrets now?
Que pucha!
Damn. Thought it was over. I pity you.
Everyone into position. Shut down all entrances and
Sakaguchi!
Too late. Put that down.
Toma lá um patê lapiar, ó filha da puta. Peço desculpa, não sei o que é que me deu. I can fight with a fucking broom? bro.
Don't go any further.
Hacha! Bruma! Treinou 8 anos. Isto é o resultado de 8 anos, mano. Olha aí!
Not so.
Toma. Demorei muito. Já estou velho o suficiente para estas coisas fazerem diferença, mano. Damn. A parte que mais custa é sempre que eu morro, eles falecem logo em 2 segundos, logo a seguir. Anime stream. What the fuck? Os gajos fodem o meu balance imediatamente. Au! Estava a correr! Olá, cão, estás boa? Estás fixe? Está aqui um cão.
Haven't you had enough? Be careful, he's got a weapon. Any regrets now? Not so
What?
easy after all.
Aquele último hit? Putana.
Oh shit!
Na puta. Nós aqui adoramos mulheres, ok? Broom? Is that a broom? Oh, pronto. Pronto, agora vai morrer com um hit. Toma, morre.
I pity you.
Oh, mais do que um... A sério, mano. Sério. Estou arrasado de volta ao cão. Este não funciona. Este também não funciona. Será que está aqui alguma chave ou assim?
Strike hard and fast. We must be swift and just intruder.
Toma. Não. What? Pronto, ficou com superpoderes. Agora quem se fode sou eu. Olha aí, man, estou a meio de espancar o outro. Quit game. Não consigo fazer nada, meu.
This video is brought to you by Nebula Classes.
Hello and welcome to a very special coding challenge right here on the coding train. Now, I'm not sure when you're watching this. If I had to guess, it's probably maybe 40 years or so into the future. I am going to attempt to program my most popular coding challenge ever on this Apple II Plus computer
What the fuck is a
in
coding
Apple
challenge?
Basic. Now, if you've never programmed in BASIC before, don't worry. I'm going to show you all you need to know step by step as I attempt to make this game. Let's get started.
This guy looks like a total doofus. Who the fuck is this guy? Vocês sabem quem é este gajo? A Maria iria gostar daquela parte.
Okay, the jig is up. These are fake glasses. There's no prescription lenses in them. I can't see a thing. I'm putting on my real glasses, okay? Today is, shoot, this Casio watch doesn't tell me the correct time or date. It's August 2022. Here I am. This is my childhood Apple II Plus computer. So let's get started looking at basic code. So the first thing I want to show you is that just at the command prompt with that blinking cursor, I could type code like print. Oh, listen to that beautiful keyboard. Hello world. I can also put a line of code in a program by writing a line number. That's right. I actually have to specify a line number, like line 10. No text editor for me with automated line numbers and all that fancy future stuff that you have. Now, I can type list, and I can see the contents of my program. I can type run, and I can run the program. It prints out hello world. I can even add another line of code, one of my favorite commands ever, go to 10. I can put that at line 20, type home to clear the screen, list, run this program, and here we go. It's going to print hello world forever and ever until I turn the computer off and turn it back on. Oh, beautiful beep. So there's a lot
No comment.
more to basic, of course, than that. I've got an entire manual here. I'd love to do a lot of videos about this. So if you like this one, let me know in the comments that you'd like to see more Apple II videos. But let's see how far I can get showing you everything that there is to know or that I know about AppleSoft Basic just by making the Snake game. Now, one of the things I would find in this manual is the fact that there is a graphics mode. And I think if I type GR, it's going to enter graphics mode. That was kind of cool. And there's even HGR, which will enter a high resolution graphics mode. Maybe that's for another
Where's the 4K graphics mode?
time. Today, I'm going to try to make Snake just by printing characters to specific locations on the screen and animating them. So the first thing I want to do, I got to exit that graphics mode. Plot PDL text. I think I just typed text. And I'm back in text mode. Okay. I don't need Google. I have a manual. Take that, future programmers. So I'm actually going to start my program on line 10 with home. So whenever I run it, it will start by clearing the screen. I also want to keep track of the data associated with the Snake program, the width and height of my canvas, if you will, as well as the X and Y position of the snake itself and the piece of food that it's trying to eat. So I need some variables. This happens to be a 40 by 24 display. And let W equals 40.
Bro.
That's me creating a variable, assigning it the value 40. And I can actually also say let h equal 24. So I can put 2 lines of code essentially in one by joining them with a colon. And we can take a look at the program and we see what I've got so far. Now it's important here that I'm leaving space between line 10 and line 20, because guess what? If I want to put a line of code in between those, I got no copy paste, I got no move things around, no edit. I would have to actually type in a new line of code. And now I can only put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines of code in between 10 and 20. So far I don't need that. Let's start with the snake's X position, which I'll just say X.
What is this guy talking about? What is this?
And in the middle of the screen, Y. Okay. Then how do I place a character at a particular location? I could look it up in the manual, but I happen to know the commands are H tab and V tab for horizontal and vertical position.
Este gajo é muito youtuber, muito youtuber.
And then I can just say print and let's use S. And let's just quickly say go to 40 on line 60 so that the program keeps running, kind of like a draw loop, if you will. And there we go. I've got an S right in the middle of the screen, and I can hit Control C to quit out of the program at line 60. Next thing I would like to do is animate S. So instead of just printing it out at one location, I want to increment the value of X and print it again. Increment the value of X and print it again. Or actually Y or decrement based on keyboard interaction. Now I'm noticing that I only have left and right arrows. There's no up and down arrow on this keyboard. So let's use W for up, S for down, A for left, D for to the right.
Muito
I need to
gamer.
handle the keyboard interaction. Aha. I would like to have a separate function that takes care of reading input from the keyboard and then changing the values of X and Y based on whatever input it's getting from the keyboard. How do I write a function? Well, another word that I could use is subroutine. And in fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And if you think you liked the goto command, well, I have news for you. There's another command, which I love even more, called gosub or go subroutine. So I'm actually gonna just wipe out line 60 and say go sub some line number far, far away that I can't mess up with the lines of code that I'm writing right now. Let's say 1000. Then I'll add my go to line 40 back.
Bro.
Line 70. Now I need to write my subroutine, my function at line 1000. What do? I need to write a line of code to tell me what key was pressed last on the keyboard. And that information is sitting somewhere in the computer's memory. And if only I could get access to the computer's memory. I know it's in this manual here, but it's also, come with me, it's also over here on this poster. Peeks, pokes, and pointers. If I want to read the computer's memory directly, I can just peek into the memory. If I want to write to the computer's memory, I can poke the memory. We have direct access to the computer's memory. And somewhere on here, it's going to tell me that to read the keyboard, I need to look at memory address 49152. So
easy.
I'm going to put in a variable, let's call it K. Peek, let's peek at memory address 49152. Then just for debugging purposes, let's print that value out. And then when the subroutine has finished, we need to return back to where we were previously in the code. That's line 70. And the way we do that is with return. Let's take a look at the whole program again, and let's give it a run. So the last key pressed was 13. I'm not sure what I pressed to get the value of 13, but let's see what W is. 215, S is. 211, 196 is D, 193 is A. So on line 10, I'm going to query if K is equals, and by the way, this is an if statement. That's how you write an if statement in Apple Basic. I think 196 was D. Then X equals X plus 1. So let's just only check for pressing to the right. So I think if I press D, there we go. Whoa! Okay, so S has filled the screen, but this is exciting because this is working, and it did some wraparound, and then it came to an illegal quantity. We'll deal with some error handling in a moment. Let's start adding now to the left. I think that was 193. 215 was up, I think. 211, I think, was down. I need my return. Let's try giving it a run. Look at this. Oh, whoa, that was fun. Okay, now it's animating kind of fast, which is fine, but I would like to be able to slow it down. I think it's gonna be quite hard for me to play this game with it running so fast. So I think if memory serves me correctly, the way that this is actually typically done is by writing a for loop that just counts through a bunch of numbers before it can move on to the next line of code. And you would think that wouldn't cause much of a delay, but on this computer, it's quite a nice solution for this. So let's actually, right before line 70, where I say go to 40, so let's put this at line 65, let's write a for loop. How do I write a for loop? Let's say for n equals 1 to 100. Let's just try running from 1 to 100. Next n. So nothing will happen in that for loop. I'm just going to run it. And let's see. And look, now it's running a bit slower. And I could sit here and draw a beautiful spiral. So what else do I need? I need to add some food, and then I need the snake to grow when it eats the food. But right now the snake is just growing because I'm just seeing all of the S's. What I need to do is clear the S after I print it. So I could add at line 35 home, and then at 70 I could say go to 35 instead. Let's try that. That actually works fine. I was worried I would have too much flickering there, and that might become an issue at some point, in which case what I would actually want to do is just print a space over the old location of the S. But let's see how far we can get it working just by using home essentially as a background, clear the background. And then I'm realizing here, hold on, I'm putting my thinking cap on. No, wait, my thinking glasses on. Aha, let's add an array. So the snake, instead of being one X and Y, should actually be a series of X's and Y's, depending on how long the snake is. Now, I don't have the ability to have a resizable array. I just have a fixed array. But if I ask for, say, 100 or 200 or 1,000 spots in memory, I don't know how much space I actually can ask for, then I could just assume the snake's never going to get longer than some fixed amount. So let's actually change line 30 to, instead of let X, let's say dim X. Dim for dimensionality. What is the dimensionality of the array? And it could be multiple dimensions. I'm going to stick with a one-dimensional array. And let's just go with a fixed length of 100 for right now. So now I have an array with 100 spots for X and 100 spots for Y. Then in line, I'm running out of space for my lines of code. Then let the first element of the array be 20. And the first element of the Y array be 12. But I don't actually want to use 1. What I want to use is what is the current length of the snake? So I need another variable, which I'll call L. How about I call it L for length? Let's put it at line 15. Let L equal 1. Then what I want is to say X index L. I probably should have kept my X and Y variable and just put the new result into the array, because now I got to fix it everywhere else, but I feel good about doing that. I can do it. I can manage it. It's just typing. And in fact, this line 40 is going to change soon, as you'll see. But let's just get what we had before working.
Bro. I'm not broing. I'm not broing this right now.
Let's find out. Looking good. Now, we need to pick a location for the food that the snake is attempting to get, and then print that to the screen as well. I'm running out of lines of code here, so let's write a subroutine to deal with initializing the food. I'm going to put that right at line 17. I'm going to say go sub 2000. So 2000 will be my work with the food thing. And I can actually put in comments in my code with rem, rem for remark. Then let's pick a location for the food exposition. I'll call that fx. And I need to get a random value. So I'm going to look in my manual here again. RND for random is on page 102. Returns a random real number greater than or equal to 0 and less than 1. Oh, and it takes an argument where if I pass in a number greater than 0, I get a new random number each time it was used. This is going to be some number between 0 and 1, multiply that by the width, and convert it. Oh no, this is not a text editor. And then convert it to an integer, because the food position can't be a decimal number. I think this is good. Then the Y position for the food. Okay, then return. So between line 50 and 60, I would now want to print F for the food at the FX and FY location. So let's do that at line 55. Ooh, oh boy, something crazy is going on here. Oh, look at that. H tab FY, that's a mistake. You probably noticed that. I did not. V tab. Illegal quantity error in 55. Okay, line 55. Did I just pick a bad random value? Let's debug this.
Que macaquinho. Só que é interessante na mesma.
We can join more than one thing while we're printing with semicolon. So print fx, colon, space, then fy. And why are those values 0? Ah! I can't believe I missed this. Wait, look at this. Line 17, go sub 2000. What happens in 2000? Set fx and y based on a random number times w. What's the value of w? Well, I am initializing the value of w on line 20. That's after line 17.
What an idiot.
All this time. Okay, I've got it now. Let's switch those two lines around. So 17 will be let w equal 40. Let h equal...
Eu não sei se vocês programam muito, mas foi relativamente relatable.
24.
Na mesma situação eu cairia ainda pior. Foi.
Line 20 will be go sub 2000. I can get rid of a bunch
Maybe not, I don't
of
know.
other debugging things I added in there. Clearing the screen home back, and let's go. There we go. I've got my food. See, it's blinking. It's bothering me. The blinking is bothering
mas é
me.
interessante.
I'm going to get rid of the home, clear screen at line 35, which
That's
if
what's
you
fucked
recall,
up.
now I'm seeing the full trail of the S. Let's take line 40, where I go to the X and Y position and print S, and let's put that in its own subroutine. Because ultimately, that's where I'm going to have to do a loop for the array and everything anyway, so I need to do that somewhere else. Line 3000, and I don't need line 50 any more than either. So 3000, what I should do is say, wait a second. This go sub 1000, which moves the snake, should also be part of what I'm about to do. So let's get rid of line 60 as well. If I just had what I had before, I would say h tab x index L, v tab y index L. Then print, now this is a little bit nuts, but I'm going to print a space. Because what I'm going to print first is erasing the previous S. Then I can go and move the snake based on the keyboard interaction, which is go sub 1000. And then I can update the location. This will ultimately be a loop, which I'll do next. Print S, and 3050 would be returned. Okay, so the S is blinking. That's what I want, but notice the F is not. Now, just to have this work more properly, instead of doing H tab XL, V tab YL, print S, that should be a loop there. Let's have 3025, because I want to add the loop in before that H tab. For I, and I'll use index I, equals 1 to L. Then 3030 needs to be H tab XI, V tab YI, and then print S. and then 3050 is next I, and 3060 would be return. Now, eventually, the snake is going to have its older positions in the array. Maybe its recent position should be always at the end of the array and its oldest position at the beginning of the array, in which case line 3000 should actually be H tab X1, index 1, because I always want to erase just the oldest position of the snake. Now, let's figure out if the snake has eaten the food. Right before I go and do the keyboard input, no, right after I do the keyboard input, I'm going to do another subroutine, 4000, and then I want to say if, well, actually, I only want to do this subroutine if the snake has gotten the food. So instead of the if being in the subroutine, let's actually just say in line 3022, if X index L, which would be the most recent spot for the snake, equals FX, and Y index L equals FY, then go sub
Rosafino.
4000. And right now at 4000, let's just say print yum. So let's see if I can get that food. Yum. Okay, so that's working, but instead of printing yum, what do I want to do? I want to say L equals L plus 1. Then I need to say the snake's new L position is equal to what the most recent position was, L minus 1. Let's try this now. Oops. No, not run there. Return. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is good because now the snake is off and running with an extra spot and I'm not erasing correctly. No problemo. Every frame of animation, I need to shuffle all of the positions down in the array. All right, I'm looking at my subroutine 3000.
Aye.
I'm erasing the oldest spot of the snake. Then, before I go to animate the snake based on the keyboard, let's slide everything down in the array, which will be a subroutine at line 5000. I will refactor this later. For I equals 1 to L minus 1. X index I equals I plus 1. Y index I equals Y index I plus 1. This is shuffle everything down in the array. Now here's the question. When L is 1, is it going to do this? It shouldn't, but I don't know what this for loop's going to do with for I equals 1 to 0. So let's say only if L is greater than 1, then go sub 5000, right? I don't want to do this if L is 1 because this is not going to work. Those values don't exist. Okay, that makes more sense. Now, oh my God, what's the chance this works? No, go down. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Look, my snake is of length 2. My snake is, whoa. It kind of worked. Wait, all right. So one thing should also happen. When I go sub 4000, I also need to move the food. And I think that's going to be, it's maybe causing a problem. So I need to just go sub 2000 again also. So 4000, before I jump out of here, 4025, let's go sub, I'm pretty sure it was 2000 that picks a new food location. Let's try this.
Será que ele está a fazer com que parte do corpo... No, yeah, deve ser isso.
Yeah, okay. The food moved. It jumped after I ate it. Ooh, why? It worked for the first two.
É outro bug.
I don't know if this is the problem, but I'm realizing that the fact that I'm printing F over and over again is unnecessary here. Where do I print F? Line 55. Since I'm not clearing with home anymore, I only need to print F the moment I pick the location for the food. Right here, line 2000 subroutine. So let's add 2025.
O som das teclas.
Then Line 55 is no longer necessary. So let's see. So that the food is there. Captured the food. I've got 2 S's. Oh, wait a second. You can see that it's continuing to just erase that same, somehow that first spot in the array is not moving along with it, right?
Pá, a coisa sobre old computers há um género de magia. E há.
Because it's only
É
blinking
por isso que eu não
there.
consigo parar de ver. Ele está a tentar ser macaco, mas é mais. Não é bem para mim, é mais para pessoas mais novas. Para terem atenção. Para capturar a atenção dessas pessoas, não é mesmo?
That's actually a nice clue. Oh! I know what the problem is. Why was it only working when the array had 2, but not 3? I'm missing a key aspect of the loop here. Look at this loop where I'm printing all the S's. Next I. Look at this loop. No next I.
Next!
All right, folks. Okay, 2 S's. 3 S's.
Incrível.
Can I see a 4S? 4. 5. I think we have our snake game, people. This is running really, really slow. Right here. Let's double the speed.
Yeah, vai baixar o coisa para 50. Ele depois não é faz tipo
Now, of
inline.
course, I've built nothing in to test if I'm hitting the edge of the screen or if the snake is going over itself. But
Shit.
that would kind of ruin the fun of just being able to play this forever. I'm going to get rid of that loop entirely. Actually, I'm not going to get rid of it entirely. Let's just make it a loop from 1 to 2.
With the rapid me.
I guess H-tab and V-tab really slows things down. I think it's just an old computer. I mean, I don't mean to be mean to you. You're my friend, Apple II Plus. Illegal quantity in 2025. So it picked an invalid location for the food, probably because one of the positions it could pick is 0, which is not a valid column or row position. So there's more that I need to do here, right? I need to do some error checking to make sure the food is always picked between 1 and 40 and 1 and 24. I need to make sure the snake is not allowed to go off the edge. Game is over, or run into itself, game is over. I'm gonna write that basic code, reorganize this, clean up the line numbers, add some code comments, show you what that looks like here. I'm also, in case you don't happen to have your own Apple II Plus just sitting around, you wanna try this yourself, I'm gonna include links to a bunch of different emulators I found on the web that you could try running this code and modifying it. And I really hope that you make your own version of the Snake game in BASIC and share it with me at the link on the Coding Train website that I'm showing you right now.
He's too happy. Fuck this guy.
But if you liked learning about AppleSoft Basic, programming on an Apple II Plus, maybe you have a friend who's never coded before and wants to learn to code from scratch in BASIC. Guess what? I just made an entire course all about how to code, what is code with BASIC.
Wow, wouldn't you know? He has a course.
Relating it to modern programming languages as they stand today. And where is that class? I'm looking at it right now. It's on the world's first curated library of practical hands-on classes owned and
Eu
operated
acho que não estar sempre tristes, estressados e não dormir.
by creators. There are new classes launching all the time. If you're interested in making videos like me, one of the classes that I'm watching these days to improve my game is Renee Ritchie's rapid turnaround video. I mean, certainly if you're interested in Apple, you might know about Renee Ritchie's YouTube channel. He's got a course.
What the fuck? Isto vai ser só tipo Hillary Clinton. Back in the 60s, you sat down at a card punch machine with your code, scribbled on notes, and carefully typed out the commands and syntax and punctuation. Then took the card deck, break to the mainframe window, logged it in, and left. Next day, you found that there was a typo somewhere in the deck, and the program didn't run. Yet somehow, humans went to the moon on DOS 6.0 and designed the Golden Age bridge without computers. This is how I learned programming in the Soviet Union. That's how Tetris was made. Mano, bora tentar fazer o Tetris. Não, deixa lá. Tá nos comments? Não vi. In the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Russia. Computer programs you. E este meme já estava tão morto. E oh, mano. Putas. Jesus Christ. Queres ver uma história sobre alguém que morreu, apparently? Let's go.
I want that person to suffer.
So you don't believe in an eye for an eye?
No, I'm thinking of whole shit.
We've now learned the identity of the American tourist
Isso já não foi aos anos.
at a popular destination in Germany. The woman is 21-year-old Eva Lou.
Foi há muitos anos.
Just last month graduated from the University
last
of Illinois with both a bachelor and master of computer science.
Eva Lou.
She was ready to start a job at Microsoft and went to Germany for a graduation trip. Authorities say she and her friend, fellow University of Illinois grad Kelsey Chang, were lured to a lookout point with a spectacular view of Neuschwanstein Castle,
Schweinsteiger?
19th century Bavarian palace. It was also featured in the 1968 musical Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Authorities arrested this 30-year-old American who they say attempted to sexually assault Eva Lou before pushing both women 165 feet off a cliff. Lou died from injuries suffered in the fall. Her friend survived.
Off a cliff. Lou from injuries suffered.
What?
Yep.
No, I don't think. No.
Fox News' Dave Spencer is live with more on the man behind this attack, Dave.
Yeah, some disturbing details in this one. An international crime, as you mentioned, and we're learning that the person being led away, seen on video by German police, is right here in Metro Detroit. In a quiet Lincoln Park neighborhood, we went looking for the family of this man, seen here being led away in handcuffs in Germany. This following the death of Eva Lou from Illinois, who was allegedly sexually assaulted on a trail near Neuschwanstein Castle in southern Germany, then pushed from a scenic overlook into a gorge 165 feet below.
You know, you hear the numbers, but once they pan the camera down,
No, cause you listen. That's a motherfucking thing. Cause I saw that ditch. You have the time to realize what the fuck is happening to you. That is fucked.
That is a long fall. The other girl survived, but you have to imagine she probably ain't gonna have much working. 160 feet, you be lucky to even be in a wheelchair. Jesus Christ.
Who's the dude?
Some guy from Detroit where we're gonna do a show on the 26th. Sorry. Watch it.
German police tell Fox News a second woman, Kelsey Chang, a friend of Lou, tried to help that friend and was also pushed off the same ledge, landing on a tree and surviving. The arrest of a suspect made headlines around the world. Then came news that he was from Lincoln Park. And when we knocked on his door...
Can you guys move your car up a little bit for me?
Yeah, we'll move it up a little.
All right, thank you so much.
You have anything to say about the allegations at all here? I know there's two sides to every story. Nothing. That person was identified as the sister of the suspect. Since he hasn't been named in a German court, we aren't using his name either. But neighbors we spoke with say they indeed live next to the person seen here taken into custody.
I thought, no, he can't, that can't be next door.
This neighbor says the 30-year-old suspect lives with his brother.
They seem like a very good family, very quiet. The boys are always quiet. They don't bother anybody.
And the two typically kept to themselves, especially the 30-year-old.
He's never spoke to me or anything like that, but it still shocks me.
She says she can't remember
Imagine
seeing the
speaking.
suspect's car in the
Ugh.
driveway for some time, and says according to the brother, they would often travel for work.
He went a lot, but I don't know where.
I mean, truth is, most people don't know their neighbors. So you being shocked doesn't really mean anything because you didn't know the person, so it's nothing to really be that shocked about. I guess it's shocking to be that close to someone who's capable of it. But
There's some people that know people in their family that did some fucked up shit and they wouldn't know that.
yeah,
Because. Yeah.
Normally if you're a predator, you're not going to be like, hey neighbors, I love little kids, right? You're just going to do it in silence, right? Because people who are married to whole predators.
Yeah.
And then they only find out when the person gets arrested. So basically this guy tried to get these women, said, I'll show you the sights. And when they were up there, tried to get it on with them. They said no, and he pushed them off the ledge. That's a reality for some ladies out there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that is fucked up.
There's some people who don't know how to accept
no.
They'll lose it.
That's fucked up.
Imagine you're graduating, you're just going there to see the sights. Some guy's making a move on you that you never invited, and his response is death. What do you think should happen to the guy? Like, let's say if you had to choose any punishment in the world, what would you choose?
On me, he has to suffer. I don't want quick death. That person died in terror. And I want that person to suffer. I want that person to suffer the fall, everything.
Oh, you want to push him off a bridge too?
No, that's not enough.
No, you know what it should be? It should be every family member of hers who wants to gets to put
This is
one
the
hand
way.
on his back. They put him right on the edge of the bridge and then just toss the boy off. I think that's pretty
This
good.
time I'm not
I think that's
lost.
pretty good. I think if you do something that evil to somebody, you should suffer the exact same fate done to you.
A little bit more, because she didn't ask anything. Because you're getting that punishment because you did something. She got that punishment because she did nothing. No, you need to suffer more. Sorry. You need to suffer more.
Jesus, man.
You need to suffer 10 times that. She had that punishment because she did nothing. You're gonna get your punishment because you did something wrong. No, you're not gonna do this. You're not gonna get the same thing. No, you're gonna get worse.
So you don't believe in an eye for an eye?
No, I'm taking the whole shit. I'm taking the whole shit. Especially if the person didn't do nothing. Now I get to lose an eye. You get to lose an eye because I lost an eye. I lost an eye. I didn't do shit, and then you're gonna get the same punishment that I did.
What is he talking about?
My punishment for not doing shit was me losing an eye. You did some shit. You lose an eye, and you lose something else.
Right.
No, we're making you suffer. No, we're not doing. You're suffering.
I do not believe in revenge. I don't believe in any retribution. I believe in our justice system.
Cool. Then that's not your conversation. Get the fuck out of here. Then you should suffer. You should suffer. I hope they get you. I really do. Don't wish bad upon me. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, she got
Oops,
that
nothing,
because she
little
didn't do nothing. Now you're gonna get that and then some. Suffer. Oh yes. Oh yes. Suffer. I'm good now. I'm good.
I don't know. I heard this story. And I just thought, like, what a terrible way to die. What terrible and unnecessary circumstance to die in. And that's the thing that sucks about life in a lot of ways, is that sometimes you can do everything right and it still don't go well. And that's what it was in this situation.
Before you guys go out there and trying to have someone in your life, check your ego. I'm talking for the guys and girls out there, but to the guys particularly, because when things pop off, we get violent. Check your ego. You have to go out there and learn to receive a no. You're not entitled to friendship. You're not entitled to none of that. Relationship.
We going on tour. We coming to cities near you. We want to see you motherfuckers face to face.
Where you at?
We gonna be doing shows all summer. Well, this summer we're doing 3 shows. We're doing Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Washington, D.C. But afterwards, we were going to England. We're gonna be going all across America, Asia. So if you want to get tickets, make sure you guys go to the website. All right, put your name so we can email you as soon as those tickets come out for your area. We won't bombard you with nothing else. Okay, I promise.
Yeah.
We want to see you guys at the shows. We meet us. We have meet and greets. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna be laughing.
Oh,
so
man,
it's gonna
this
be a
is
good
not
time.
the way.
But we want to see you guys.
It's not because you give that you get. I understand there's expectation there. But the moment you hear a no, dip. I'm trying to push, dip. It's a no. Some of y'all gotta learn that it's not for you. I got fortunate enough that for somehow, some way, I thought I was an ugly kid and I could never talk to people and everything and stuff. And I think it saved me a lot of trouble. My self-esteem was not that high, so I really thought that was not for me. I could not walk up to a woman, or a woman would never want me. When I was a kid, that's what it was. So talking a certain way to the girls or doing that was not me. Learn to receive a no.
I think this is women's struggle. Like, you know how I say men got their issues and men got their dangers that they got to face out there. For women, especially when they traveling, this is one of theirs, and it's real. Best believe I could travel that same destination 100 times out of 100, and nothing like that ever going to come close to happening to me. But for women, that's not the case.
Yeah.
When they travel, they have a real worry, right? And I don't know. It's just one of those things where when you think to your family members, the people close to you, people you care about, and knowing that they got to struggle with something like this just because some dudes want some sexual gratification. They want somebody to touch them. Like, yo, listen, loneliness ain't easy. That's something you got to deal with. But a girl saying no and you throw them off a bridge,
that's fucked up.
You don't belong in society.
No, ever.
It's fine to say that shit upsets you. It's fine to be bothered by it. What you don't get to do is externalize that and be violent against people.
Like,
so he going to jail. Good. And unfortunately, none of that's going to be restitution for the people who lost her. So, yeah.
It's what you wanted.
But it's kind of backwards.
It's what you wanted versus the action that you did because you didn't get that. The proportion is messed up.
You want to put.
So that person desires to die because you said, get this man out of here.
Yeah, you want to put. Now you're going to jail. You're going to get dick. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Now you're going to become bussy.
Yeah, somebody about to bust that shit open.
Yep. Crack.
Hey, listen, Darwin Award, that goes to you, brother.
That's another kind of award because Darwin is when you die. This one is a Jenna Jameson Award because you're gonna get fucked.
That's potato brain.
And I'm not even mad. I don't have it. I don't have that kind of sympathy. I have a lot of sympathy for a lot of different. Nope, that's not me. That's not me, Papi.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
I do think it's kind of weird how the cameras run up on the sister like she got something to do with it, or like she can. Like,
yeah, but that's what they do. That's the news.
I know it's what they do.
Really what they do.
I know it's what they do. It doesn't mean it's okay.
It's like that girl. No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
He did something. Then you guys start harassing the family who they are probably dealing with the trauma and shock of finding someone in their own families engaged in criminal behavior. I don't rock with news stations who want to scoop so bad that they run in the address like, do you have a comment? Do you have a comment? It's like, yo, stay the fuck away.
And you know damn well they don't have any comments. What the fuck do you want the sister, the dude to say?
I mean, they probably say some shit generally like, oh, he wasn't guilty, or I don't know, we're generally shocked by this, it's sad.
What the fuck do you want the person to say?
Yeah. You know,
it doesn't add anything to the story. Your story was already good. You had all the facts. You had the shock value. You had the facts. This little bit when you talk to the sister, that's a little bit much. You a bit of a bitch for that.
Yeah.
But
if she says she don't want to talk, you keep it pushing. But you sitting there with the camera pointed and recording her while she doesn't want to be on camera.
Oh, that's what it is?
It's like this girl died because she didn't want to do something, and this guy did whatever he did, and then to another degree, this girl don't want to talk to you, and you keep talking to her.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the same thing, but
it's the same thing.
Today's video, I know it's a bit of a dark one, but I feel like I want to cover it. Traveling is different. Traveling is different for both genders. I know for me as a man, I'm still aware when I travel to certain places. But I think for women, there's like keenly aware of also just the fact that men aggress them. That's just a fact. It's like as a lady, you're already physically vulnerable because you're weaker in general. And then a dude approaches you and you're not interested. Maybe you got a partner. Maybe you're not, don't want him. Doesn't matter what. You're not interested.
Yeah.
And then you die.
Because you were not interested. Listen.
That's why I tell y'all every day. If I had to choose what gender I was born with every single time, I choose a man. Mm-hmm. That's it. Honestly, I don't care what nobody says. When it comes to periods and this stuff, I'm like, that's just shit I don't want to deal with. I'll deal with everything and the struggles of being a man every fucking day of the week before I deal with this kind of bullshit. That's me.
This story is very dark. Sorry about that. And if you want to entertain yourself, we're going to be in Detroit on the 26th.
Okay, piece of shit.
Hey, I'm trying to soothe their pain. You just trying to.
I can't destroy the floor. I'm doing this on the wrong order. Man, life, you know? Fuck up. Oh, então, para baixo. Acho que este mano está a ficar coisa. Piririri. Não consegui reagir. O que é que eu faço? O que é que eu faço? Não! Ah, depois vem o minhocas foder-me a boca. Qual é o true minhocas? É este? Come on, come on, come on, man. Vende-me aí um bafanada. Não. Quanto é que custa um bafanada? Vai-me vender uma... Muita coisa interessante. Yo, Sprint Master? Ah, no space for Sprint Master. That fucking sucks. That sucks. I want the esmagation of floor. Quando é que se vai? Damn, I don't have the map. Where's the map?
Velmi Artris. Opal.
Acho que é para...
Helma Delica.
Acho que é para aqui para cima, não é? I do need me some money. Oh! Oh no, it's one of these guys. What happened? I need a bigger pillar. Como é que é, cornifeiro? Tudo bem? Queria ter feito isto primeiro. que é que eu abri? O vosso coração, espero. What am I laughing? Vambora, mano. Vambora. There's no tempo a perder. Meu. Os gajos podem cair? Nunca tinha visto. Olha aí. Não há aqui uma coisa, peraí. Fuck. Ok, mano. Ui, dois gajos? Xiça. O desalmado. O Alminhas. E já? I'm not carrying. I should. Enganou-me bem. Onde é que está a Maria? Oh, pensei que ia sair mais cedo. Fucking fuck! Stroik Zahor. Ai, não percebi. Perdi o jogo da vida. Nem sabia que tinha acesso a isto. Foda-se, aterrei no gajo. Oh, que caralho. Roubo. Roubo. Double roubo. Kamehameha! Eriganto. Oh, o Super Kamehameha é com isto. Mazenko! Esquece-me sempre que é daqui que vem. Thanks, Obama. Obama, more like no Obama. Get me the fuck out of here, bro. Brosif. Brokey Loki. It's always the King Station. Fuck this guy. Inga name. Olha, 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 olha. Não, é exatamente aqui que eu quero ir. Não, where do I go? I can go... Wait, hold on. Never mind. Man, fuck these guys. Whoa, 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 whoa. Enganei-me, 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 enganei-me. Oh, tchau aí. I guess. See ya, wanna be ya. See ya, wanna be ya.
Make him noise, Kuchin.
Wow, I forgot. Fuck. Why am I like this? Oh, wait, that was money. Give me the money! Fucking peaks, man. Don't you hate it when peaks? I don't. Wait. Ow. Au. Um amigo meu diria teleguiada, mas ele é viciado em futebol. Wait, no. Ah, enganei-me. Olha aí. Ah. It is what it is, meus guys. As asas do monarca. Sempre a correr.
Dima Balava. Dima Balava.
Tiba, baraba. Xisa. Dois, três, quatro. Era aí que eu tenho que pensar. Tenho que pensar no que estou a fazer. Nah, pensa. Scoff. Oh shit. Oh man. Ah! He's dead. I should be dead. Musk. Olá, Vitor, estás bom? Espero que estejas bem disposto. Eu prometi como é que é? Sharing, mas não há sharing para ninguém. Fodi tudo. O meu lado está-se bem, meu. Está-se bem. Está-se bem até. Fuck, não sei o que é que vou fazer amanhã, meu. Cometeste um quê? Wait, what? O que é que vais fazer amanhã? Respeitar mulheres, obviamente. Fuck me. Vais ao ginásio? Good shit. Vais para o chuveiro chorar? Quem nunca? chuveiro do ginásio. Talvez consigas amigos assim. Tipo, hey bro, don't be like that. Mano, as coisas vão melhorar, mano. Depois convida-te para sair, para um bar ou assim. No homo, obviously. Vais tornar awkward. O pessoal vai te dizer, mano, eu sei que a vida está fodida, mas agora, olha, vês aqui este podcast, chama-se Joe Rogan, nunca mais te vais sentir sozinho. Eu acho que é assim que funcionam os, não só podcasts. Mas yeah. Eu ouço muito. Então eu vivo sozinho, estou sempre sozinho. O que é que eu vou fazer? Falar com pessoas? Quais pessoas? As vozes na minha cabeça não contam. Se bem que hoje eu estava mesmo hardcore a tentar acabar uma cena e então, em vez de ser o dia todo, foi só um terço do dia. Isso é nice. Acabar cenas, sim. Por acaso é fixe. Tinha o mesmo objetivo de género. Quero ter esta app toda feita. Tipo a base. Nem que a vaca tussa. E a vaca tossiu. E ficou feito. Foda-se. Passaste sifu? Não, estou a levar na boca. Estou demasiado velho. Eu não sei como é que funciona aquilo, vou ser honesto. Tipo, não sei o que é que fazes quando estás demasiado velho. Que é que se é suposto começar o jogo novo ou assim. Sei que aquilo tem muitos cortes de caminho. Anterior como assim? Anterior ao que estás a jogar? Jane, se eu estiver a perder no nível 3 vou para o nível 2? É isso que estás a dizer? Se depois melhorares a tua idade... eu posso repetir... Já percebi o que queres dizer. Género, eu posso repetir... Posso repetir níveis. Posso ir repetir o primeiro. Se eu for agora repetir o primeiro, quer dizer que aquilo tem sempre uma ordem? Ou seja, se for repetir o primeiro... Eu estou no... Acabei o terceiro. Mas eu posso ir repetir o primeiro e depois começar o segundo com poucos... Com a idade depois de ter acabado o primeiro? Ok, isso é interessante. E depois tem os tais cortes de caminho, porque na prática posso só fazer o boss. Se já fiz a cena e tenho o cartão, os cartões para abrir portas, e os chaves e cenas. Falta-me uma coisa, meu. Eu tenho que ir ao Crystallized. Não, já fiz isso. Mas depois fico sem a high score, o caralho. Au. Opá, não sei. Terceiro boss. Não sei. É fugir. É passar o tempo todo a fugir. Sim, a segunda fase é muito mais fácil. A segunda fase é esperar e dar dodges. A primeira fase é fugir e dar um soco. Ah, enganei. Fugir durante 10 minutos e dar um soco.
Papa nada. Oh.
Só usar a calçamento de piores. Mas em que fase? Na primeira fase, a única coisa que vale a pena fazer é mesmo isso. O que tu disseste. É só usar os saltinhos para trás. Digo eu. Se bem que há uma parte que vale a pena fazer um dodge. Olha, para mim também é difícil, mas às vezes simplesmente o sweep começa e o meu cérebro tipo afasta-se do sweep e só depois é que eu me apercebi que ia ser um sweep. Mas isso aplica-se mais aos normal mobs do que aos bosses. O gajo do pau eu não vi nenhum sweep, meu, foda-se. Talvez tenha visto um, mas foda-se. Acho que é daquelas coisas que é habituar-te à animação. Hidden Station. King Station. Ei, por falar em mindfucks. Sabes qual é uma mindfuck? Não consigo jogar com o boneco se a câmera estiver de frente para o meu boneco. Não consigo porque eu inverto os controles, mas os controles são iguais. Ou seja, dodge é para trás na mesma, mas eu estou tipo a tentar carregar para a frente. Não consigo abstrair-me. Até fui ver aos controles a ver se... Eu fui aos controles a ver se dava para trocar o tipo de input. Seria uma coisa que eu adoraria que eles tivessem como opção. Eu ia logo lá mudar. Se me dessem a hipótese. Porque assim já conseguia jogar costas. Opa, estamos habituados se calhar a fighting games, não sei, não é? Os controles invertem-se quando estás do outro lado. Não sei, é instintivo. O que é que descobriste recentemente e que controles é que são lacking? Opa, eu acho que a parte de inverter, para mim, eu queria que houvesse opção. Eu não me importo que seja como está, mas gostava de ter uma opção para inverter. Coisas a mais com botões a menos. Isso já não sei o que é que quer dizer. Consegues elaborar? Eu para já, em termos de quantidade de botões, não sei, acho que me chega. Dá aí um exemplo.
Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred.
Descobriste a cena que não inverte. Ah, sim. Eu a testar isso, eu quando testei e percebi, foi tipo: uau, não vale a pena para mim perceber porque eu não consigo ir contra o meu instinto. É mais forte que eu, me.
Ah, Ranjo Stenja.
Oito direções para te desviar. Eu fiquei com a impressão que. Eu fiquei com a impressão que só tens dois tipos. E ponto que é que carregues sem ser para a frente, parece que produz sempre o mesmo efeito.
Vendasu.
Porque se eu estiver parado a bloquear e a carregar nas direções para trás, por exemplo, só para trás, o boneco desvia-se para sítios aleatórios. Agora não sei se tem a ver. Se depois é context sensitive ou assim, não sei. Parece-me que as animações são aleatórias só para parecer. Como é que eu ia dizer? Variado. Oi? Parece-me ser o mesmo, ou seja, acho que, portanto, da esquerda para baixo para a direita, parece-me tudo igual, não é? É assim, eu acho que se tu tentas ir para a diagonal, por exemplo, diagonal para trás, acho que produz o efeito de dar um dodge. A normal moves, I guess. Ou eles chamam-lhe high moves, não sei. Agora estou distraído. Espera aí, eu fui buscar damage. Para que é que eu quero damage? Qual é a vantagem de eu ir buscar a cena do rei? É que depois posso ir para Queen's Gardens. Mas para que eu quero ir para Queen's Gardens agora? I don't think so. Sifu is a fun game though. It is. E jogaste mal. Olha aí. Isso é um jogo para jogar por acaso offline, tipo com silêncio. Ou depois de já saber o jogo todo de cor, aí sim streamar. tipo jogar de olhos fechados. Oh, o comando desligou-se. Já está?
Make him noise, Gucci.
Então, pergunta. Ask away. Será que se foi um character action? No outro dia estive a pensar nisso. Há uma coisa que os character actions costumam ter que o Sifu não tem. Eles costumam pedir-te combo variety. Eu acho que este não está. Tipo, não me pede. Não pede. Quando digo pede, digo. Na verdade, quero dizer. Incentiva. Okay? Character action, eu diria que é uma mistura entre Hear Me Out. É uma mistura entre Power Fantasy e Challenging. Os dois ao mesmo tempo. Tens machado a vir combo muitas vezes. Ai ai ai, meu cu. I hate this guy. I'm glad he's dead. Minha questão é... enganei-me bem. Tenho que ir ter com outra badalhoca, não é? Onde é que ela está? Acho que ela está aqui. Negocia. Prove yourself. Oi. She's lightning fast. Ui, estou com o super Kamehameha. Já me tinha esquecido. Acho que esta merda é mesmo muito damage. Eu não exploro muito este jogo. Ai, fuck. Ai, 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 ai. Man, esse jogo vai ser uma desilusão, não vai? Tipo, o jogo vai... Imagina, mesmo que o jogo seja um 10 out of 10, o pessoal vai estar tipo... Porquê que não foi um 11 out of 20? 20? Estava à espera de mais, estava à espera do impossível. Mas eu não estou a criticar, estou a dizer tipo... Meu próprio, eu vou estar tipo... Este jogo tem que ser o game of all time. O the game, o ultimate game. The game that ends all games. Kamehameha! E esta merda é giga damage. Não vai sair. Damn. Eu não sei se era bem este o caminho que eu queria fazer. King's Brand. The Kingdom's gates will open. Estou a suspirar de cansaço. Puxei mesmo pela tola hoje, foda-se. Hornet e o Cornifer, what? Enquanto a outra está no canto a dizer, bafa nada. There's some weird type of cuckoldry. Será que vou ali buscar coisas? Tenho um crachá que eu gosto. Tenho o crachá do Attack Speed que eu gosto de usar. Estou a pensar quando é que eu gosto de usar, não me lembro. Vou começar a usar no boss final. Attack Speed! A minha opinião sobre cuckolding? Opa, é neutra. I don't know. People like what they like, man. Estamos a falar de actual cuckolding, não de insultos. Se eu sobre insulto, opa, é um insulto. Como qualquer outro. Há uns anos dizias, ei, oh mano, és mesmo gay. Hoje em dia mudou e agora dizes, ei, oh mano, és mesmo cuck. Acho que vai substituir esse. Conseguiria participar em atividades de... Epá, eu acho que não. Not sure. I don't think so. Do I want to learn this? Acabei de gastar dinheiro que, tipo, caguei porque eu não uso os special moves do jogo. Estou a falar de veres alguém ter relações com a tua mulher enquanto tu lhe seguras a mão. Pois, I don't think so.
Hele sommet. Bam. Finnen.
pensei que conseguia passar por baixo. Ah! Well, uou! Parte deles. Oh, isso pode fazer parte da kink, do género. Só dá usa se o pessoal souber. Tipo, a vergonha fazer parte da kink. Oh man, I'm an idiot. I need some soul. I need more soul. Oh, that sucks. This sucks. Damn it. Falhei o buraco. Oh meu Deus, falhei o buraco outra vez. Mano. Oi! Thank you. For 20. Acho que dia da semana é quarta. It is Wednesday, my dude. Olha, parecia bait da minha parte. O attack speed está ali, meu. Am I gonna die? Attack speed! Ow! Fucking ow, dude. Coisa de cuck. Eu estou-me a rir porque eu, por alguma razão, li. Isso é coisa de knack. Falar nisso. Falar em knack. O Donkey. Ontem vi o vídeo. Tinha um vídeo em que está a jogar aquele jogo mais recente que é a investigação com bonecos AI. E ele estava-lhes a perguntar qual é que é quando é que o NAC 3 sai. Man. Estou a pensar onde é que quero ir. Espera aí. Eu fui buscar... Não prefiro ir buscar damage primeiro. 2023 é o ano do NAC. NAC 23, baby! Oh shit. Wait, hold on. Nem esqueci se quero fazer isto agora. Tem algum dinheiro? Tem algum dinheiro? Levei dano, sou cup? Damn. It's this fucking guy. Qual é esse jogo? Oh fuck. Esqueci-me do nome. Eu depois fui pesquisar enquanto ele estava a jogar. Se vires o vídeo. Começa por ver. Será que o Steam. A Steam tem as últimas pesquisas? Ai 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 ai. Achas que não? Deixa eu ver. Vaudeville? Acho que era este o jogo. Oh shit. Alright. Lembrei-me que o meu tech lead vira-se para nós e diz: eu convosco na próxima. Na próxima. Como é que se chama? Nós temos um dia para. Chama-se Labs Day. Temos um dia para explorar tecnologias. Na próxima Labs Day quero fazer uma coisa da AI convosco. I don't know, man. Eu não sou o hater da AI, mas... Posso dizer que I don't know, man. Eu não quero ir para ali. La cucaracha. Manda-me aí um charmenote, ó maninho. Depois a seguir vem a pila mais ou menos grande. Quantos é que falta? 5 more. Shit. La cucaracha. Posso ter a semipila? Orongunir. Deixa-me ver aqui uma coisa no mapa. Olha que até não era mal vir aqui. Acho eu. O que está aqui a fazer, mano? Espera, se calhar era mal vir aqui. Eu nem esqueci o que isto é, esqueci-me. Acho que vai dar aos sewers. Vem aqui buscar um palor, meu. Isso é que eu tenho. Vais-te dar a base? Ok. Hasta amanhã. Ah, isto é um bom sítio. Vais dizer o meu nome, não é? Essa vai ser a piada. To protect the vessel, the dreamers lay sleeping. Um preto e um judeu saltam de um prédio. Quem é que aterra primeiro? Não sei. Pretos correntes pesam mais que cinzas. Eu estava a pensar numa cinza joke, mas depois pensei, não, é melhor. Já é tarde também. Tem que esperar, não tem? Ao menos a minha espada já não é nano-mini micro espada. Esse caderno das piadas secas está-lhe a dar. Isso está a funcionar para as babes? Para quebrar o gelo? Imagina no ginásio. Aproximaste as pessoas. Olha, tem uma piada. Vejo piadas secas ao YouTube. Tu go tu. Opa, é bom ter uma parafernália de piadas, isso é verdade. Que género, fuck, não sei o que dizer. Olha, sabe porque é que a galinha atravessou a estrada? Cenas assim. Só para ocupar o silêncio, não é? Depois a pessoa, olha, eu até gosto de galinhas. É sério? Ah, o meu pai tem um galinheiro. Oh, interessante. O que é que diz uma banana suicida? Uau. Macacos me mordam? Foda-se. Nice. Works every time? Well, I liked it. Ah, que música tão estupidamente bonita. Olha, Mashiro. Again? O Vitago agora já não vai embora. Shiro! Como é que é? Queres ver alguma coisa juntos? Só eu e tu? O Vitago agora vai-se embora. Aproveitamos e ficamos só eu e tu. Enfim, sós. Vemos aí um smosh, assim. Oh não, agora está lurking? Então, agora sabes que eu sou nazi, então. Quando não estás a ver. O chat out of context. Tipo, do género, foda-se. A que é que ele está... O que é que ele está a dizer para lhe dizerem isto? O que é que eles estão a responder? What the fuck? Ah, não quero ir ali. Aquilo é a cena da planta. Fuck plantas, guys. Enganam-me bem! Isto é um crachá. Crachás eu gosto. Não acabas são esses bichos, não estão todos confortáveis. São. Por causa do... É por causa do... É por causa disso. Parece que está engasgado. Eu acho que é isso que torna a coisa tão desconfortável nestes em específico. O que eu curto neste jogo é que isto é tudo a capela. Pelo menos parece-me a capela, ou seja, é tudo pessoas a fazer sons com a boca. Nos bichinhos todos. Há qualquer coisa para mim que é especial nisso. Foda-se! Mano! It's a trap. Vezes mil. Nunca. Também estou obrigado por te preocupares. Yeah. A única coisa que nós temos na vida é uns aos outros. É o que eu vos digo. Não necessariamente nós que estamos aqui no chat, mas. Vocês perceberam o que eu quis dizer? I have nothing left except Spider-Man. Wait, what? That was weird. Korean hot dog? Wow. How is that vegan? Pois tem que haver, não é? Senão não ia, simplesmente não ias comer, não é? Isso é em Lisboa? Não deve ser muito bom. Ah, mas tu experimentas, não é? Imagina que é. Só de pensar na possibilidade, tens de experimentar. There's no way. There's no other option. Did I get the shield? The dream shield? I think I did. Hidden Station. Vamos buscar a Darkness, I guess. Espero não morrer, porque eu não fiz save. A verdadeira questão é: onde é que está a Maria? Será que ela está bem? Ela hoje veio falar comigo, estava com uma questão existencial. Às tantas não lhe dei uma boa resposta. Ou então ficou a pensar nisso. Ai ai, está aqui. Ai ai ai. Meu grande Alepão, cara. Tá vendo aí? Ah, não tenho superpoder ainda. Como é que se... Olha, nem sei onde é que se arranja o superpoder. O Abyss Shriek. Não, Abyss Shriek é o que eu arranjo aqui, mas não importa. A base para ter esse. Provavelmente chama-se Something Shriek. Olha, enganei-me. Já me fodi. Go vegan, my little kumquat. Go vegan. Já não a vez. Damn. Really? Não vale a pena vir aqui. Levei-me em darkness. Chá de cloaca. Um mês é muito tempo. Gas Station Lean? I don't know that meme. Eu lembro que havia um meme do Lean. Isso era um gym meme? With meme? You mean Grimace Shake? What? Como é que era um weed meme? Doesn't sound like a weed meme at all. Ah.
La fenu venido.
It really do be like that. Não te preocupes, Aleph. Isto é tudo boa gente, tudo amigos. Tudo pessoas que eu gosto muito. Querem ver algum vídeo? Espera aí, que eu agora que tenho a Darkness, o que é que eu faço? Há uma coisa que eu gostava de fazer. Minuto e meia. Fuck. Curtia que o dia fosse um bocadinho mais longo. Eu acho que tem aqui um palor. Oi? Real talk? Hehehe. I cannot wallow in my weakness. Oi, queria ter ido para o outro lado. Wait. Palor. Alright. Now I need another one. Another one. Morri. Minhoca time. Oh yeah. Onde é que eu arranjo outra minhoca? Wait, stop. Oh man, devia ter continuado onde estava. Por que é que vocês não disseram? Continua onde estás. Vocês só me querem sabotar. Rica comunidade. Vamos agora a sério, querem ver um vídeo? É 00:39. Curtia, tipo, imagina, estávamos aqui até à 1. Mas agora quero ir buscar a cena que vocês não queriam que eu fosse. Comboinho. Para que lado? Acho que é este. Só estás aqui para o estilo. Para o chill? Just take, no give. Tá bem. As minhas amizades são todas assim anyway. Just take. Oi. Já morri. Vamos aqui ao gajo. Faz o que te fizer feliz. Próxima vez que vocês me disserem isso, eu juro, eu mato alguém. Amizade, lembras-te daquele dia em 1964 em que... True Friendships. Eu, Aleph, a única coisa que poderias fazer para me fazer feliz seria isto. E ele, ok, vou então não fazer. Esta é a voz do Aleph. Esse emoji, Shiro, é perfeito, porque eu fiquei mesmo triste. Era extremamente deprimido. Opa, percebo, sim. Mas, man, fiquei triste, meu, por não estar com o meu bro Aleph. Tão creepy esta parte. Fucking Nosk. Vamos a ver, agora com a cadela. Ah, se vês a Braga, podes vir cá dar umas festinhas à Zelda. O que é que te impede? Olha, já respondi antes de perguntar, já viste? É incrível, não é? Isto aqui é de um dinamismo, pá. O gajo fugiu para o outro lado. Esta música é mesmo cool. Enganei-me. Ele cuspinhou. Pois é, tenho um super Kamehameha agora. Eu estou sempre a repetir isso porque eu estou-me sempre a esquecer. That's the thing. Oh, fuck. Posso-me curar. Ei, cuspinhão-me para a cara, meu. Sim, Maria, o título é de facto uma referência à Pedra Brunhosa. Ei, eu não acredito que apanhaste, meu. That's how I know you're the one. Oh, fuck. Não, 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 era para o outro lado. We live in. Incrível, pessoal. Falar em ser maluca, a Júlia. Nem preciso ler o resto da frase. Já tenho 2 payloads. Incrível! Tenho 2 payloads, sim. Aquele bocado de música é mesmo cool. Gosto muito daquela banda sonora. Tem tercinas, é muito fixe. É bué da metal. Lemão. Espera aí que eu já dou mais atenção. Espera aí. Espera aí, Maria. Só apanhar um comboio. Mesmo apesar de eu ter estado a chorar porque uma gaja aleatória me rejeitou stickers. Joaquim Alberto. É por isso que esta nossa amizade dura. Somos 2 chanfradas. Yeah. Algo me diz que a tua chanfradice não é interna. E que bastava remover a chanfradice externa e ficava tudo normal. Algo me diz. Ok. Em defesa da Júlia? Não. Nessa stream não defendemos a Júlia. Estou a brincar. Espera aí. Tenho 2 payloads. Posso ir... Travel. Já comecei demasiado. Eu estava tipo, fogo, onde é que está a Maria? Meu? Tipo, estas 3 horas. A pensar, fogo. Onde é que eu submeto isto? Na King Station. Caso mais valia ter ido a pé, estou a pensar. Ui, eu não sei se este $1.12 chegam. Não há problema. Espera aí. Deixa-me matar este gajo real quick. Fez-te literalmente a chorar. Oh meu Deus. Eu nunca tinha sido rejeitada na vida. City of Tears. Olha, é a tua cidade. Eu não estou a gozar, ok? Isto não é bullying. Olha, podia vir aqui aos sewers. O que é que eu preciso para ir aos sewers? Nada. Preciso de uma Chave. Foda-se, qual é o que é que me impede? Posso ir ter com o gajo dos cagalhotos? Ele é fixe. Não foi a rejeição, foi o desculpa lá, mas está. A falta de consideração. I got no money. Porque não fui lá. Ai, eu sou tão estúpido. Ai, estava distraído com qualquer merda, já não sei com o quê. Esqueci-me de ir à loja. O gajo da pawn shop. Mood. Eu percebo, Maria, é aquele choque do... Eu não acredito que há pessoas que não... Tipo, não sentem necessidade de ser de considerar os outros. Dizem mesmo, não, na boa, caguei. Nonchalantly. Eu percebo. É um choque. É um choque. Sinto que dizeres o que sentes é posto numa posição de vulnerabilidade. Pontapé no colhão. Ok, já vou ter dinheiro para comprar uma pistola mais forte. O que é que será que ele está a dizer?
Opal. Helmadelka.
Sou gay?
Ranjo Stenja. Jonsha.
Damn.
Garadel Akari.
But who is gay? Adoro os gays. Onde é que eu já ouvi isso? I love the gays. No homo. Acho que vou aos sewers. Quem é gay? Toda a gente nesta stream. Damn. Damn. Hoje vi Two Broke Girls e foi aquele episódio que os gays, lá chamaram-me, ficaram chateados com a Caroline e a Max. São em todos os episódios. Two Broke Girls é tão fixe. Eu acho que vi tudo no sofá com a Maria. E ela, queres falar sobre a vídeo? Não, quero ver Two Broke Girls. Foda-se. Estava ali um bolhas. Puta de bolhas. Não, Shira, a resposta certa é dizer não quero. Ainda no outro dia, meus amigos da faculdade vieram cá. Eu pedi-lhes para ver quando foi aqueles evento de jogos, eu queria ver com eles. E eles repararam nos stickers que a Maria me deu. E eles, que faz aqui uns peps arco-íris. Foi a Maria que me deu. Ai ai ai, piquei-me. Então, se quiserem stickers do Kirby, link me up, é isso que quer dizer? Não. Let me know? Deve ser let me know. Eu não sei falar estes termos. Mas Kirby é muito fixe. Eu já te mostrei que tenho o Kirby Swingers, que os meus amigos, quando foram ao Japão, me deram. Acho que vos mostrei na câmara. Muito cool. Muito cool. Muito fixe. Antes de eu dormir, decidi abrir o PC de propósito para dizer um lá. Olha, muito obrigado, Bita. Isso diz-me muito. Significa muito para mim. Nada melhor do que um Hollow Knight e de uma Bita Knight. A desejar uma boa night. Au, magoei-me. Sou um entertainer profissional. Não, não sou. Para isso teria que fazer dinheiro assim com ele. E teria que ser entertaining também. Fuck. Tem que usar as strats dos streamers. Eles têm um ritmo. Se vocês ouvirem um streamer mais do que 5 segundos, nenhum de vocês consegue ter paciência, mas se tivessem, vocês conseguiam sentir a cena. É meio o que era a rádio, não é meio, mas é só um bocadinho. E depois é muitas call to actions e depois é muito técnicas para encher o silêncio. Muitos runs. Eu às vezes faço runs. Mas é só porque sou, como é que eu ia dizer, um rantista, não porque sou um streamer. Mas os streamers fazem rantes porque são streamers. É essa a diferença. Termos caseiros é o que está a dar. Achas? Não digas merdas, Shio. Damn. Processar porque o Kirby sou eu. Mas não és rosa. O Kirby seria uma mistura entre a Shiro e a Maria, não? A Shiro é rosa e a Maria é que come. Ele está-me a chamar. Viste? E ele, Ico. Adoro o homem do cagalhoto. É tão fixe. O defensor do cagalhoto. Ai. Não sabes se estás bem medicada. Wait, what? Toma! Toma! Dorme bem, Bita. Obrigado pela visita, Bita. Bita, visita da Bita. Ah, se eu tivesse aquela cena que me põe a andar depressa, era super fixe, dá o mesmo jeito. E a Sarah que se vai embora. Temos que fazer coisas, Shira. Já não vai ser amanhã, não é? Tem que ser depois de amanhã. Shiro. Gotta defend some dunks. Só aceitar aplicações para uma nova parental figure. O que é que eu disse? Será que se vai embora não habita? Ah, porque me enganei na pessoa que se ia embora. Ei, desculpa, Shira. Damn. Eu queria te pedir desculpa, mas já não vais ficar. I'm joking. Posso ser tua mãe se quiseres. Tinder para escolher um pai. Damn. Isso é muito nada pessoal. The Jonkler. The Jomkster. Estava a ver, pessoal, estava a ver o nome do Oppenheimer em mexicano e tipo, parecia-me fake news, mas eu adorava que fosse real news. O nome era o... Como é que era? O El Bombas. Querias ver o Oppenheimer? Cartaz em o cartaz mexicano do Oppenheimer. Oh, Vitag, infelizmente eu queria Eu queria muito, mas eu não consigo acompanhar os teus memes todos. É a mesma incapacidade da minha parte. Tem aqui uma minhoca, não quero. Manhoca. É muito overwhelming para mim. Mas sabes qual é a cena? Depois fico com o FOMO. Sabes o que é FOMO? É o Fear of Missing Out. É de género, como é muita coisa, eu não vejo tudo. E depois fico tipo, mas e se houver um meme que é tipo, que iria fazer o meu dia? What if, bro? But I just can't. I don't have the time. Tens JOMO. Joy of Missing Out. Damn, I feel like bullying you again. Try me? Hey you. I wanna try you because you're a Steve player. Olha, nunca tinha ido a este boss com a proteção ao ácido. Also, para que é que eu preciso de proteção do ácido? Eu acho que não preciso. Eu acho que às vezes nem vou apanhar. Aí, pá! Estou muito nervoso. Como é que se chama aquilo de apertar o cu? Apertei o cu. Anos fechadinho. Ah, pois isso é outra cena. Vitag. A cena dos TikToks, o problema é que como eu não tenho conta, aquilo depois demora muito a abrir, até porque o meu telemóvel já está velhote. Já está a precisar de ir para a reforma. Easy. Que idade tem o telemóvel? Tem que ir ver, acho que foi comprado na FNAC. Tem que ver o e-mail, mas eu acho que foi comprado para aí em 2018 ou assim. Eu também podia formatá-lo. Tenho que ver como é que se formata um Android. Tadinho, já está a começar a mostrar que é velhote. Dorme bem, Bita. Por alguma razão não tem assim muito interesse. Não é que eu acho que vai ser um mau filme. Eu não sei. Porque eu penso. Será que vai dar assim muito o que falar, já para discutir depois? Se calhar sim, se calhar sim. Mas não tenho. Mas se calhar sim, deve ser o filme mais interessante que está no cinema neste momento. O que é que eu quero fazer? Quero ir a Fungal Waste, realmente. Olha, vou a pé. É isso. Oh, parece que aquilo é... Woke Moralist. Já sabes que eu não gosto de propaganda. Vês no Streamio. Streamio, Streamio, Streamio. Man, por causa do Streamio, fizeste-me lembrar que havia uns cereais chamados Cheerios. Eu quando era miúdo adorava aquilo. E o anúncio dos Cheerios era uma tartaruga a correr mais depressa do que toda a gente depois de comer os Cheerios. Então eu comia Cheerios e para testar dava voltas à mesa a ver se estava a correr mais depressa. O meu QI era muito, muito, muito baixinho. Ainda é. Vou por aqui. Based. Estou a fazer isto sem fazer o challenge. Acho que quero descer, não é? Yo, great song. Bom, pim, pam, bom, pim, bom. Mas também, aquele filme sair, não é que me dê trigger, mas é tipo, no ano atual, o filme não podia sair de outra maneira. Não sei. Ou se, acho que acho que a pior parte é que provavelmente vais ver o filme e é tipo, eu não sei o que é que estava à espera. É claro que ia ser isto. E acho que a parte de ser textbook exatamente aquilo que vais estar à espera, tipo, ser 100% previsível, isto se calhar... Eu não sei se é isso que uma pessoa quer quando vê mídia, ou é, se calhar é. O fenómeno tem muito de social. Diz com amigos todos vestidos de rosa e tirar a foto na caixa da Barbie. Caixa da Barbie? Não é o tipo de coisa que quero ver sozinha. Tenha uma boa noite, meu grande amigo Vitória. Meu Deus. Está bem. Parece-me bem. Oi, isto vai dar a Deep Nest? Eu não quero ir para a Deep Nest. Não se foda. Deep Nestlé. Ah, mas vai dar a Fungal Waste. Do Bro das Bombas. Do de Brombas. Será que a partir daqui vou dar onde quero? Do de Bromas. Bromasheimer. Onde é que está o Aleph? Há maneira de subir ali? Eu acho que não há. Oh shit. Guys, never mind. She went to sleep. Então, mas como é que não a vês há um mês? Estava a mandar piadas com a expressão bromas, que era a coisa que tu mais gostavas de dizer. Quando eu ainda podia ouvir a tua voz. Bromasheimer. Eu acho que por ali também dá, não dá? Não, não dá. Espera, estás a pedir desculpa a quem? A mim ou a Olive? Ah, pois sou resistente ao ácido. Ai, que este comando já não está bom.
Make him noise, Gucci.
What am I doing? Caga naquele acesso. Os arquivos do setor. Ai, ai, ai. Ai, foi pior a emenda que o soneto. Epá, Lula do Camandro, pá. Ah, este comando está cheio de delay, só pode. Oh. Yeah. Man. Será que arranjam da PS5? Achas que deve haver promos? Podia tentar estar atento. Olha, quando haver uma promo avisa. Eu acho que este que eu tenho foi há muitos anos, na FNAC. Maybe? Mas não teve a ver com a FNAC, teve a ver com... Foi uma promo tipo da Sony mesmo, e então todas as lojas estavam com o comando tipo a 40€. €47, pois. É uma coisa assim, vá, para o aliciante. Não! Oh, caralho. Eu sinto-me a carregar nas cenas, meu. Fuck. Esta merda. Estamos no quinto challenge. Imperio. Cute Imperio, you know? Foda-se. Geruna será que é? Bijou. Oi, triângulo às vezes não dá. Chat fez uma story? Falar nisso, bora ver um vídeo antes de dormir. Até já. Overall this shit. Howling wraiths. E pronto, aqui estou eu. Queen's Gardens. Oi, passou-se.
Pequeno cuccinho.
E por hoje é tudo. Olha, tenho muita cangalhada para ver. Eu só vejo um. Depois vou para a cama.
Welcome back to Cringe.
I don't
My
even
name is
know.
Chad
What's
Chad.
this?
Not really. And yes, I know what you're thinking. I got a new shirt. I know that some of you are probably gonna be mad about this, but it's a wig. I didn't change the blue wig. I still have the blue wig. The blue wig is fine.
Premium.
Coraline is fine. It's all okay. I don't know if this really counts as a twinge of cringe. I'd say it's more a twinge of, please, for the love of God, stop painting your countertops. This is probably gonna be more of a reaction video. I didn't really have time to plan a video this week because my regular job, it's just been crazy over there. I was gonna say that this will be more like a laid back kind of video, but watching this stuff, there's nothing laid back about it, really. I personally renovated or started renovating a bathroom about a year ago, and I say started because I haven't finished it. Still a year later and I haven't finished it. So I am in no place to judge. But TikTok, you know, while listening to my personal IRL conversations and my text messages, reading through those, as they do, you know, noticed this and started pushing a lot of DIY TikToks onto my FYP. So almost a year later, TikTok was like, you know who would love to watch this abomination of events go down? Chat, stick it on there, give it to her. She'll love that. Grace's videos documenting her DIYs started showing up on my FYP like every day. And every day they became more and more like a Saw movie in that they both filled me with horror and each one was somehow worse than the last. Of course, this video was not meant in any way to make fun of Grace. I don't know anything about her as a person. This is purely to show y'all something I found on the internet. And Grace, if you happen to be watching this, I think we all know what it's like to start a DIY project and then have it just completely derail. I know what it's like anyway, and it's fine. Your videos stress me out a lot, but it's fine.
I'm very tired. Grace.
So we're starting off pretty tame. It looks like they've completely painted the bathroom floors with a matte black paint since it's covering everything, including the grout. But then they tried to add this stencil, which those are pretty popular on TikTok right now. And there is something kind of wrong with this stencil. The lines are bleeding more than me on my first period after the COVID vaccine. They're really bad and no one warned us. Why would they need to tell us anything about that? Where do y'all stand on the whole stenciling tile thing? Let me know, because I'm torn on it. I feel like on one hand, I think it looks good sometimes. And then on the other hand, I feel like in the future, they'll look at it how we currently look at 80s carpet over hardwood, except it's a lot harder to peel up layers and layers of paint than it is to just pull up carpet. They're getting white paint everywhere. That looks like a footprint. You can't have your work area be on top of your project area. That's like if Da Vinci used Mona Lisa's face as his painting palette. This is the TikTok that really blew up. She started out painting the countertop, which I think it looks pretty good. She doesn't get very close to it, but it's like a speckled pattern. But right after this, she tries to Command Z the floor.
Okay, so everyone kept asking me for updates. I listened to a couple people who commented and told me to sand it. I tried that. Look, I even bought this fancy sander thing, but now all the layers are coming up.
And I think we skipped something because now the countertops are green.
Oh, and I painted the counter green, so
there's no video
What the fuck?
of that happening. I don't know what the motivation was. I thought it looked good before and she could just change the floors.
Like here, I'm trying to sand it to make it smoother.
She even paints the sink or the basin or whatever you want to call it. She painted the fuck out of it.
But I thought it looked better than the bugs, but now I'm just like, it looks like snakeskin help.
It looks so bad. This actually made my stomach drop, and it's thick too. It's so thick. It's clumpier than a 100 gram bar. Just stop trying to fix it. Quit putting more layers of green paint on top of it.
Remove
it. If this
it.
was me, Grace, at this point, I would just move. The amount of money, and I know it's a little late, and this has probably already been said in her comments, but the amount of money spent on the initial supplies for the renovation and then the many trips back could have paid for a professional crew to come in and finish this in like a day. And then each member of the crew and their families could have gone together on an all expenses paid vacation.
Preciso saber uma coisa. A casa é dela? E se não for?
And I'm no chemist, but acetone, paint stripper, paint thinner, and is that acrylic paint? I'm just waiting for the TikTok where this entire room is melting in flames, which, assuming no one was injured, might be a mercy. I think the next few weeks are dedicated to her getting the green paint off the countertops, and she does. She finally does. She gets it all off and then she repaints it again with just white and it looks great. She bought the actual stick-on tiles to put on the floor and she painted the cabinets this really pretty green color that I like. So things are starting to look up, right?
Y'all, I was spraying the gloss on my cabinets. They were done. They were ready to go. Something happened with the gloss and it's like...
She has to strip the paint off the cabinets also. Every time I think it's getting better, it doesn't. I think the fact that the different colors of paint are literally everywhere is making this experience way more anxiety inducing. I mean, it makes sense because she's just gonna redo the floor anyway, but drop cloths, newspapers, I'd accept a single strip of paper towel. She does redo the floor and it looks great. And then she decided that she wants subway tile around her tub, which yeah, that would look cute. Subway tile is cute. Except she already had subway tile around the tub. So she took peel and stick subway tiles and stuck them over the actual subway tiles. It's like she's never seen her bathroom before sometimes. It's like she looked at a completely different room when she planned this. Hey, architect person, did you finish the plans for the living room remodel? Oh yeah, totally. Here you go. Awesome, thanks. Hang on, this is a drawing of the current living room. Yep. This is supposed to be the remodel. Yep. So we're just tearing down the current living room. Yep. Then rebuilding it. Yep. Exactly the way that it was. Yep. Okay, well, isn't that just a little pointless though? Right, so I didn't look at the living room per se, but I did look at the pantry downstairs and just made the plans based off of that. So I think we should just
I don't even
go for it and
what's
cross that
even
bridge when we get
happening?
there. We are what? We're at that bridge right now.
Parece SAP.
Huh. Weird.
Does anyone know
Será
why
por causa
this
do cabelo
happened to my
verde?
beautiful countertop? Please, anyone? Everything was like literally perfectly fine, and then I look over and this is happening.
Huh? Oh, I'm just pulling out the gray hairs this experience has given me. She pulled the paint off the counter again. She had to peel it off again. She paints it white again. I guess she just had to use a different kind of paint.
Y'all, I'm thinking about changing the color of counters to like a deep orange. Let me know what y'all think. I don't know how I feel about this one.
Orange.
Like, I don't know. I feel like it would look kind of good. Like,
No, I think you should stop touching the countertop. Just leave it the fuck alone. No orange. Just stop it. So thank God she doesn't do that. She finishes the floor and it looks amazing. After all the blood pressure spikes and anxiety this account has given me, it looks good. Honestly, this is a great example of TikTok coming together as a community and working together. Every once in a while, she'll post something like this and all the comments will just be yelling at her.
Don't you
She
dare.
didn't do the orange countertops. I think the comments convinced her to put down the paintbrush and stop trying to change everything. And I was gonna say y'all deserve some kind of award, but I guess it was all just a calm before the DIY storm. She decided, out of all things, to paint the grout gray. She has to have like a personal vendetta against this subway tile. It kind of reminds me of Selena Gomez's list that her stepsisters leave her in another Cinderella story.
Paint the pool pink. Regrout the tile. Vacuum the driveway? This is ridiculous.
Just slapping paint on everything. And guys, she puts faux wallpaper, faux brick wallpaper next to the tub with the subway tile. I'm not mentally equipped to deal with that this week.
anyone have any advice on how to put wallpaper on evenly? I'm trying my hardest here, y'all. It has potential. It's gonna match that. It's gonna be a vibe, okay?
I don't think it has potential. It's faux brick wallpaper next to real subway tiles. They don't match and it makes them look even more fake. And the flooring pattern too, there's too much going on. It looks like you put Pinterest bathroom DIY into an AI and this is what it vomited out. She pulled the wallpaper off and it looks good again. Grace, it looks good. Just leave it. Don't touch it, or I swear to God. Grace seems like a really sweet, very positive person who handles all this way better than I ever could. I also love the way she responds to comments. She never really looks at quitting as an option. She just goes immediately from something not working to trying to find a way to fix it, and I really appreciate that about her. I think the universe chose the right person to test with this. I hope she gets the bathroom and the home of her dreams, and I hope she gets everything exactly the way she wants it, because after this, she definitely deserves it. I'm gonna call it there, guys. Thank you for subscribing, and if you are still here, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you clicking on my video out of all the videos that are on here, and I'll see you next time.
Olha,
Okay,
obrigado
bye.
pela companhia. Está na hora. Ela parece kind, é verdade. Eu não tenho. O que é que eu ia dizer? Não tenho tido vontade de me deitar cedo. Tenho estado a trabalhar assim mais forte ultimamente. Desejem-me sorte. Beijinhos para vocês. Até amanhã. Obrigado pela companhia.